Okay, we're here, and that looks a little off a bit here. Should have messed with it before starting, but it is what it is. Good enough. You're right. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I almost didn't even do this. Your brother was tired, like something crazy. I was surely tired. Man, you just have no idea. I just wanted to sip of some mango juice, and I don't know, like just scroll on YouTube all day. Ah, man, I ain't even get a chance to finish my hair. If you guys can see it, but you see it is looking crazy. Never been a point in my life where my hair has been quite like this, honestly. But it's all for a purpose. I'm telling you, this 6 months has been great on my waves as it's been on my wallet. All right. Because haircut prices are high. And while I do have my own clippers and stuff, usually when I'm doing a wolfing session that's like 2 months or more, I like to go to the barber. So plus I try to go to the barber every like couple of months or so in order to do like, some corrections or a touch up. Because while I'm, trying to learn to cut my own hair, you only get one shot to do it. People just don't understand that, when you learn to cut your own hair, like you get one shot and one shot only. After that, you have to wait. And depending on how bad you do, the time that you do it, right, you could be waiting even longer than your typical period of haircut routine. So let me close all of this here. So, what are we doing? I hate when a computer does that, bruv. It is not that serious. You don't need to be doing that. So I guess this is just a permanent thing of my Kickbot from this point forward. Kick been doing some really strange things on their back end updating. So nothing I can do about it. It is what it is. We'll move this back over here. And that's my YouTube. So I'll put you back there. All right. Like, see, I was even going to even set up. Let me see if I was even going to set up the little chat thing, which I want to, but I'm just so lazy I'm just so lazy right now. I really am. I'm sorry. I'm like so lazy. Oh my God. Let me think about this for a moment. All right, fine. Let me pull some magic real quick. So I just turned my AC on. It's like 74 in the house right now. I needed to drop down to like 65, please. It's way too hot. Especially since I got all this stuff on now. Oh yeah, let me cut on the actual fan pad too from my laptop, since my laptop is cooking right now. Boy, that heat is crazy. Can I cut you up? Cool. So let's max you out. So you start cooling down a little bit. And let me get over here and start prepping to set up this chat thing right fast. But before I do that, let me sit up straight, move this thing from my back. Okay, because back health is important. Guys, let me tell you something. You only get one spine, okay? It's very difficult to replace your spine because they gotta like do a bunch of stuff with the nerves that your spine has, so it's just not possible, or it's just not really accurate quite yet. I mean, like technically you could do it just like how they could just put a whole new head on your body. Doesn't mean it's gonna work. Hmm. Okay. So, what do I need to do in order to set up a chat thing manually? I would need a text file and then set up OBS to read said text file and have the streamer bot post to set text file, and I'm sure OBS has a thing where it's like they can read it via the tail end, so as it's being live updated it'll relay it line by line, hopefully. Yeah, something. I'm feeling very lazy now, so I'm not even gonna do it anymore because it's just like it's crazy. I can think of the solution perfectly in my mind, exactly, like almost with near certainty of getting it working. 90% sure, bare minimum 90%. That's how my brain operates. I connect things quick. 90% is gonna work. And it's like, do I want to do that though? You know, I want to. I internally want to. My mind doesn't want me to do it though. I don't know why. That cranberry mango juice is actually kind of hitting a little bit. Man, almost make me want to put spike it or put some stuff up in there, but I ain't gonna do that. Okay. I guess we're gonna go ahead. We'll just get right to it. So what are we doing today, guys? So we are going to. I came across a video that I'm going to now attempt to have AI discuss with me about, as far as like the points that it's referencing, the points that it's making. It's going to be more Trump related stuff. You know, we like politics stuff around here. And of course, I'm going to do it while I'm playing my supermarket game because for some reason, it calms my brain cells. It really does. It makes my brain cells feel good. They feel good when I'm running a business. Okay. Okay. Um, but yeah. So let's go ahead and let's get started. Hopefully the AC is catching up. Let me try to move this real quick. Hold on a second here. I'm trying to like force some of that cold air to. Ooh, but then it's blowing on me. I'm trying to. So where my setup is, it's like right above a vent. I'm debating on moving to like one of the other rooms, but I'm trying to like save that other room for when I want to dive into the VR stuff for real, for real. I just haven't, guys. I'm just so my brain is just discombobulated. So forgive me. So hold on a second here. Let me try to remove this towel back because I can't have this cold air blowing on me this entire time. Pause. That should work. It's blowing on me a tiny bit, but it shouldn't necessarily be a problem. Hopefully. I guess technically I can always get a blanket that I just put over my legs, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. Looks good, feels good. Um the goal is to get it to come up to my laptop over here. Right, that has this fan pad that's hopefully sucking in some of that cold air to then push it onto my laptop, cooling my laptop down, and yeah, hopefully gets it right. So, with that being said, move my body back over. All right, guys, let's bring our mind back into the fray of things here. So, let me go ahead and push it back to my main. You'll have to wait a second, guys, because my laptop can be pretty slow on this stuff here. Latency can be a mofo sometimes too. Don't worry, one day, soon it will get right. All right. One day soon. Okay. Things work out properly. It'll get right soon. So all I want to do now is let me start with the usual, right? Make sure my speakers are set to what they needed to be set to. We get my desktop speakers over here to be set to where they need to be set to. You think all that time I said in the beginning of the stream, like having a wait time so I can get set up, you think this would all already be done? No, no. I just sit there and I just stare at the timer, wondering if there's stuff I should be doing to save time. I never do it. Just don't have it happen. Okay, yep. Let me set you there. I guess I'm setting this. I know wintertime gonna be crazy. Wintertime is probably gonna be crazy. The mountains of Colorado. I can only imagine that they're cold. Let me just. Okay. Looks good. Now we just need to do our stream check, Check. Stream check. It looked good. It looked good. It looked good to me. It looked good. So I don't look too bad on camera too. That's crazy. I don't find myself I'm like a 5 on scale. Honestly, I think like sometimes I can be like an upper 5, but that's about much. But on camera, it made me look good. I'm actually impressed. Source of magic trickery is this? All right, so that's good. Let's go ahead and pull up the thing. Now, excuse me. Unfortunately, since it's a Steam game, what's its face goes away. The stream avatars, which got my little avatar. Like I wish I can keep her with me, but she's like my favorite character. Hinata is definitely my favorite character. Naruto for sure. Okay. Close you. And I guess pull up the supermarket game. And so now, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Okay, let me bring you over here. Okay, let me bring you back. I need you to be just a little bit smaller than this. Can you do like 720? Oh no, that just made you like. Okay, what about like this? Nope, that didn't work either. Hold on, I'm trying to find 1024 by 768. You think this is small enough? That's good enough, right? Because we have a problem with like ordering products, so let's fix that first. So get that out the way, out the gate, and then we can full screen it, and then we can, get on with our whatever activity it is that we about to do. So I don't have nobody else on, so I'll let you stay there for now. Likely bot person. Okay, where's my browser at? I'm trying to get the YouTube video up here. Why is the music? Oh yeah, I am most certainly gonna need to turn it down. Of course. Brev. Someday they'll get it. Someday they'll get it right. Someday. Hold on, guys. Cool. Okay, let me bring the music down low too. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Guys, my new mouse is on the way, okay? My new mouse is on the way. I couldn't do it no more. After just dealing with it for like months, I just like, bro, it just can't happen again. I was like, bruv. The hell is, wait, what the hell kind of video is this? What is Piers Morgan talking about Diddy for?
And when they find 1,000...
What in the world is this? See, we're getting distracted now. We're certainly getting distracted now. Oh, man. All right, look, we're going to play this for a little bit. I'm just curious what this is even about, and then we'll get back to our regular schedule. And put it at 1.5, though.
bottles of baby oil and 500 dildos. There's some suspect activity happening here.
It's like you pass by the door and see a party in an apartment.
Okay,
you go and you have a drink, and then you go home and realize Jeffrey Dahmer was eating and killing people.
Some women went there thinking, oh, you know, we're going to have a freak off.
The fact that we as a society, we got mad for a week, money talks, and bullshit walks.
Esther, please bear with me. We all know that there are pass-arounds.
Someone like P. Diddy, I'm sorry, it should be the guillotine.
If that was my daughter and I saw that on camera, it would have been a rap for Diddy.
Just 1 year ago, Sean Diddy Combs, one of the most successful rappers and producers in music history, was on top of the world. The VMAs honored him as a global icon.
The frequency is up. We're having a Club Love party. That's like a special private party that I throw, but you're invited. You're invited, Club Love. It's all R&B all night. All the things that I would play in my vibration, my frequency, because my frequency.
Just the way he's doing messing with that fan is just already a little sus. I ain't gonna lie to you. And then this guy in the background, right, bruh. I ain't gonna lie. There was warning. There were flags. Hey, look, there were flags. I'm just saying.
See, it's different.
Well, the party's over for Diddy Combs. That global icon has now become a global pariah. Last week, Damian Williams, the US District Attorney in New York, stepped in front of a microphone and told a shocked world this.
Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Well, Diddy is now awaiting trial at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He was denied bail. According to some reports, he's refusing food and could even be on suicide watch. The case threatens to engulf the VIP world with fevered speculation about sordid tapes featuring celebrities and even politicians. So who knew what and when? How far could this go? Is this the music version of the Epstein scandal? And why was Diddy protected for so long by so many people? In a special edition of Piers Morgan Uncensored, looking into a scandal that is rocking the world of show business and way beyond. Here to unpack the fall of a global icon from the Criminal Lawyer Reacts YouTube channel, Bruce Rivers, the editor of Hollywood Unlocked and a man who partied with Diddy, Jason Lee, PBD's podcast Angry Patriot, Vinny Oshana, and here in the studio Uncensored contributor, Esther Kraku. Well, thank you all for joining me. I appreciate it very much. Bruce Rivers, let me start with you because you've been getting great traction with your YouTube channel by exploring every part of this scandal. It really does feel that it's getting bigger and bigger and is right up there with Epstein, with Weinstein, with these other huge scandals we've seen. What do you think is going to happen here?
I think he's going to go to the prison for the rest of his natural life. The federal guidelines are going to be astronomical. There's so much that they've gotten in the search warrant from Miami and LA, and he's really looking at sex trafficking with a lot of aggravating factors.
Which is the most serious for him?
The abuse, the The RICO encompasses all the other statutes.
Shit,
it's
I
the
got
sex
twins
trafficking
today.
and then all the other enhancements with that. So guidelines, he's probably looking at in excess of 300 months. Those are just the guidelines.
I mean, I saw that he, through his lawyers, they put a bail package proposal that included a $50 million bond co-signed by Combs, his mother, and other family members. It was to include home detention, surrender of his passport, weekly drug tests,
Welcome
and
to
visitor
V-Mart.
logs that be submitted to pretrial services each night. But that was rejected. I mean, that in itself said to me just how serious the trouble is for Diddy Combs.
Well, you have a situation where this is a presumptive detention situation. In other words, the defense has to prove, rebut the presumption. And while this is all going on, we have witness tampering, we've got potential bribes of witnesses, and then we also have possession of drugs and ammunition and firearms that are obliterated serial numbers. And then he was on his plane trying to go somewhere earlier in the year. So we have a situation where there's a risk of flight and definitely a danger to the public and a potential obstruction of justice.
Let me turn to Esther on this, because Diddy, I met Diddy a few years ago at a party where he was the absolute cock of the walk. This guy was one of the biggest stars in the world, feted by everyone in the room that night, feted by the paparazzi when he came out. It looked like he was as big as it could get. If it's right, if Bruce is right, he's going to prison for the rest of his life. This is one of the biggest downfalls I can remember in entertainment.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm never satisfied with just one person going down. It's like the whole Epstein thing. We don't actually know anyone who was associated with Epstein, who went to his nonce island, who really got involved in the criminal activity. And I think to be P. Diddy, to do the things that he's being accused of, you have to have a whole team around you.
Yeah.
It's an infrastructure, basically. And I just really despise the fact that he's probably going to be the only one that's going to be taken down. He didn't get that powerful just by being by himself. He had the support of politicians,
Need more
of
mango
other
juice.
wealthy
Well, there is a
benefactors, of
suggestion-
so many
One
people in the
second,
industry.
guys.
Right, but there is
Why is he only taking the...
Well, there is a suggestion that he may start talking to the feds and do some kind of deal. Now,
1 second. More mango. All right, we're back.
Epstein never got the chance to do that or to take that kind of deal, even if he was offered it, because he died, right? He apparently committed suicide. Speculation has run riot ever since somebody got to him, but that appeared to be the fact that he took his life. But that seemed to silence everything and stop the process moving to other people. But here, if Diddy was to suddenly start going after everyone and naming people, and there are tapes, as many people believe, depicting a lot of other people, famous people involved in this stuff, this could get massively bigger very quickly.
Well, the thing is, so many people knew a lot of things. So, like 50 Cent, for example, was very open about his disdain for Puff Daddy, and he used to call him gay all the time. He used to rap about it. Eminem has lyrics in some of his music about, P. Diddy being a raper, for example. There's so many people in the industry. Nicki Minaj, for example, certainly knew some things, particularly about Meek Mill's relationship with P. Diddy. If anyone's heard that horrible tape, you'll know what I'm talking about. So there are these high-profile celebrities that certainly saw things, and the question is, how do we incentivize them to speak? Because if they would come forward, then actually, even the other powerful people in the background that are hiding wouldn't be able to hide for much longer. But the question is, how did they do that? How did they incentivize the people who saw things to come forward?
And it might be a complete coincidence, Vinny, but we're already seeing people like Usher and Pink, who were friendly with Diddy Combs. They've deleted a lot of their social media. We don't know why, but it could be coincidence. It looks very like it's not a coincidence. What do you make of this scandal?
Well, Piers, being in the entertainment industry, I left the military, went to Hollywood, acting, and all this whole it's a cult. And I love that she brought up Epstein and how he's apparently dead. Ghislaine Maxwell, she's in prison for 20 some odd years, I guess. Where are all the customers?
Yep.
Where are all the people that were with these girls? You know what I mean, Piers? Where are all the victims? Where are all these people? Not one customer. I know Prince. What Andrew? He
my
was
bad.
obviously he was there. He was
Man, you
with the
shouldn't have
underage
gotten
girl.
in the
And what was
way.
his punishment? I think the Queen, when she was alive,
Whoops.
she just relieved him of his royal duties. He couldn't be out in public. But I've seen it firsthand, Piers. These people with this power and this level of influence, they go out with impunity as if they're never going to get caught. All the celebrities love them, and they all knew. Piers, Hollywood's not a big town. The entertainment industry, it's not a big town. Everybody knows who Diddy was. Everybody knows who Harvey Weinstein was, Piers, and everybody knew Epstein and all these people were, and nobody ever said nothing. You have people like Michelle Obama, Barack, everybody praising them. Harvey Weinstein, these people were such great people. All the parties, all the things that people went to, Piers, everybody knew. The recording and the cameras, that's a whole different story together. You know, people claim that Epstein was a part of Mossad recording and blackmailing people. Diddy, imagine how many people are panicking right now that he did it. But one of the main things, Piers, that pissed me off the most is the Usher and the Justin Bieber situation.
Oh my God.
He was on Howard Stern. Yeah, oh yeah, Usher was on, I believe it was Howard Stern a while ago, and he explained that he went to Puffy's flavor camp at 14 years old. His parents dropped him off with Diddy, and he saw stuff that he said he couldn't believe. 14 years old, Piers, okay? And God knows what he did with him. There's
And then he
stories
sent
about
Justin
him.
Bieber
There's
there
videos
as
where
well.
he said,
Usher, after having seen that, he also sent Justin Bieber there.
Great point. And if the rumors are true, Piers, he brings up Justin Bieber, and Justin Bieber has looked like he has been through hell. He was seen with Diddy a couple months ago, and Diddy's patting him down for a while. These people, Piers, are disgusting. They're evil. Thank God Justin Bieber has found God. If he didn't find God, I don't think we'd have him. These people are predators. They're disgusting human beings. It's a cult, Piers, and I hope to God that they find God, because the end game for people like that, Piers, is not good.
Okay, Jason, you know Diddy. You've been at some of these parties. Does what you're reading now shock you, or
that sounds crazy? I ain't gonna lie.
Scene.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, I want to be very clear on the conflation between going to a Diddy party and then going to Diddy after dark.
Yeah. Right.
You know, I said yesterday on a program that, you know, it's like you pass by the door and see a party in an apartment, you go in, you have a drink, and then you go home and realize Jeffrey Dahmer was eating and killing people. People that went to a Diddy party, you know, like Ashton Kutcher, Demi Moore, Beyonce, Jay-Z, I don't know if they were at Diddy after dark when people were getting sprayed down with baby oil. What I will say is that, you know, you've heard a lot of things about Diddy over the years, blowing up cars, harassing people, threatening people, having people killed, allegedly, all allegations. But I think Esther made the most important point that all of us are just in the culture figuring out this crisis is where were all the people who were booking flights, booking hotels, driving people to rooms,
baby oil
knowing what was happening.
down is
why
crazy.
Is he in there by himself? Why are nobody speaking out? Why is Usher and Justin Bieber not condemning these rumors? Where is Beyonce and Jay-Z? You know, people
where are they?
watching this train. People are watching this train wreck happen and just trying not to have the conductor call their name, and that's the problem. And see, the problem that I have is that while we all enjoy the fruit of the industry, if you're eating poisonous fruit, then you need to be a part of that tree that's on its way down too. And the problem with being castrated in public right now, which is what is happening to Diddy, no pun intended, is that he's not given his due process. So on one hand, you're like, let it go through the process. But on the other hand, you know, we have, you know, the energy that the young man just had before me, that they know that this is happening in the industry that is not regulated or not controlled. And who's it going to happen to next?
Yeah, well, I want to bring in Lord Jamar, American rapper and DJ, someone who knows Diddy Combs well, been again at some of these parties. Lord Jamar, first of all, your reaction to the sheer scale of charges against Diddy. Are you as stunned as everybody else by this?
Not really, to be honest. And I want to reiterate what Jason said about the regular Diddy parties and the Diddy After Dark. I've been to regular Diddy parties, like in clubs, the PG version. Never been to anything in his home or anything like that, or any After Dark type of stuff. But I'm not really surprised. I've heard rumors about this guy for years.
Yeah, I mean, there were these supposed freak-offs, they were called. These are the other parties that you guys are alluding to, where he distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, so illegal drugs, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant at these freak-offs. The police raided Diddy's house. They found narcotics,
Crazy.
3 AR-15 guns with defaced serial numbers, ammunition, a drum magazine, evidence aligning more, again, with the freak-offs. They found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. And again, the indictment alleges that Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in the freak-offs. I mean, Lord Jamar, it all sounds pretty horrific, what was going on to these women at the freak-offs. Were they going there with their eyes wide open to what was going to be happening? Were they caught up in some depravity which only became clear when they got through the door? What do you think was happening here?
I mean, I can only imagine. Like I said, I wasn't there. I think it was probably a combination of the two. Some women went there thinking, oh, you know, we're going to have a freak off. But some of them may have gone there innocently thinking, oh, I'm just going to be around, you know, famous people showing Puffy Combs. And then he's like, here, have a sip of this. And she doesn't know.
Piers, let me give you some context. Let me give you some context, because I'm going to just cut straight to it. I have been to the house parties where there have been extra police, or not police, but maybe off-duty police working in security, armed security, shutting down the entire street because there are so many people trying to get in the home. Think about it. Beyonce's on the other side of the gate. Jay-Z's on the other side of the gate. Every major celebrity, the Kardashians, on the other side of the gate. People are trying to get in that party. The first Diddy party I went to was at Prince's house. So you want to go to Prince's house to the Diddy party where Tyrese is performing and Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher are swinging on swings. That is what's happening on the other side of the wall. And so the one thing that makes this party different than a Jamie Foxx party or any other celebrity party that wrangles a bunch of young women or guys or whatever too, is that Diddy didn't let you bring your security in the party. That is the one thing that I thought was odd because, you know, I came one time with my security and no other security other than Diddy's security is allowed to be inside the building. I mean, I saw Jay-Z and TD Jakes in there. Every major celebrity you can think of who may or may not get along may be on the other side of that gate with no security. And so now as you see this unfold, my wonder is, well, why weren't people able to have their protection with them when they were in the room? But the one thing I will add that, you know, people don't want to talk about is Diddy is not the only person that has these parties where they have people wrangling a bunch of women and there's nobody carding at the door. There's no regulation, right? And the reason is because these guys want to have a bunch of women around. And what happens when you mix that with a bunch of liquor and other things, when the regular party goes home, what happens after everybody's gone?
Yeah, Bruce,
this is different.
Well, let me, Bruce, I want to just put to you the defense from Diddy's lawyer, Mr. Agnifilio. He maintained there's no coercion and no crime. He's not afraid of the charges. And he said he believed that Combs was the target of an unjust prosecution. What's your response to that?
Well, one of the things that we talked about, the people who arrange the flights, the people who arrange this and that, all the people in the chain, those are all going to be witnesses against Diddy. We'll start there. Second of all, he's got terabytes of video all over the place. Thirdly, they've got him on recording, threatening a witness, trying to get them to not come forward and testify. They've got video of him beating a woman, dragging her through, Cassie, dragging her through a hotel. They've got giving IVs to recover. Just the amount, and the key wording here is force, fraud, and coercion. You know, that's the key wording for the sex trafficking.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's one thing to have a party with a bunch of ladies and enjoy that. It's quite another thing to keep them there for days until their bruises heal. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a freak off, as it's defined in the indictment, isn't just a party.
No.
It is force, it's fraud, it's coercion. And you're going to see that there won't be a defense to it. His lawyers will take as much money as they possibly can out of him, but the case really will speak for itself.
Yeah, you know,
apparently this was happening to men too.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Well, I was going to ask you about that, Lord Jamal. I mean, there have been lots of wild conspiracy theories. Maybe some of them aren't so wild, but there was one of the big ones is that Diddy was secretly gay. Do you think that could be true?
Which is not a crime if he is or was.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're missing my point, Jason.
But I mean the conflate.
Jason. The point I'm making is that Lord Jamar said that also men were abused and stuff. It only plays into the context of what Lord Jamar just said. Is the sense that if Diddy turned out actually to be gay or bisexual, then the victims here are not just women necessarily. They could also include men. Is that what you're saying, Lord Jamal?
And I'm just saying, it's definitely not a crime for whatever his proclivity may be. But if you're making people do things against their will or hanging things over their head in order to, try to trade,
Boy, this is crazy.
Pro quo, that's not cool. When people use their power to try to manipulate certain situations.
That's the coercion.
Yeah, especially sexual. It's not cool. And especially if you're trying to do this to men that wouldn't normally engage in this type.
I mean, I think there's something to be said about
buying in male prostitutes for sexual performance is against the law federally.
Yeah,
But I also want to see more people. I want to see more people arrested. Like, where were the bookers, the security, the transportation? Where's the assistants, the chief of staff, the chefs cooking food, people cleaning up the room? I need everybody arrested.
Well, I think, surely
why the chef cooking food would be the one? The chef ain't got nothing to do with that. Oh, you best believe I'm the chef's in there. I'm just trying to get paid, As long as you ain't trying to do shit with me, bro. Let me cook the shit, get my check, and roll. Why the fuck would I?
He's the top dog.
Fuck does the chef need to get locked up?
Hang on one second. Bruce, you go first.
He won't be able to cooperate against anybody. He is the top dog.
Surely he could still do some kind of deal, couldn't he?
I don't think so. He's too big a fish. I will say this though. I think the anti sort of gay sentiment in the hip hop industry really did, I think, may have fueled the fact that he was so undercover. Like you said, it's not illegal to be gay. You can have whatever.
But was he gay? I mean, I don't care either way.
It doesn't
Was he
make
gay?
a difference. But
Do we actually know if he
but
was gay?
I'm saying this in the context of his victims, his male victims. So, for example, Cassie coming out, you know, we know that they were together for almost a decade. We know that she was seen with him at many high-profile events and all of that. So she coming out as a victim of domestic violence is not unheard of. But if you have an up-and-coming rapper, for example, who for some reason his career just didn't take off, who comes out and says, I was abused, I was raped, I was blackmailed by P. Diddy, that's very different because of the industry that they're operating in. You know, how does that person get their career back?
Well, also, I mean, you mentioned Cassie Ventura there. To me, one of the most significant moments in this whole scandal was quite early on when that video got leaked to CNN. We've got a clip of this, which shows him just being unbelievably, grotesquely violent to her. At the time of this, we invited Diddy's ex-bodyguard, Roger Bond, to give his thoughts on the video and Diddy's subsequent apology. But was that indicative of Diddy's general behavior towards women?
In my light, I would say yes. In my light, I would say yes. It didn't surprise me when I saw it because I've seen things to this nature before. I've gotten in between things of this nature before. And this was back in 2012. So that's why I was so adamant on what I said yesterday after he posted that apology, because it comes a time where it's like, you can't just say anything you want to say and think that people going to accept it.
See, Vinny, when I saw that video, I don't know about you, but I watched it in utter horror, that he would do that in a hotel, in a public part of the hotel too. It wasn't in one of the rooms. It was so horrible, so violent. I then thought, well, you know what? I believe this guy's capable of pretty much anything. You know, anyone that would treat his girlfriend like that, nothing would surprise me. So these charges didn't really shock me because I thought, well, I've seen what he's capable of. We all have.
Oh, Piers, what was even more shocking is we saw the tape. It was disgusting. It was disturbing. And what happened, Piers? Nothing. Statute of limitation or whatever it is. We saw him beat the hell out of this poor girl, dragging her in the hallway. And then what? She brings him to court. He gives her money because rich people could get away with anything, Piers. And then that was it. We wiped our hands with it. And it's ridiculous, Piers, because and on the gay rumors, nobody cares, Piers. But when there's smoke, there's fire. And when they find 1,000 bottles of baby oil and 500 dildos, there's some suspect activity happening, Piers. And when it comes to the recording, people forget he had cameras everywhere, Piers. You know why some of these employees weren't talking? Who knows what footage he had on all these people? Same with Epstein. Maybe you weren't gay, but maybe you were there. You had a little potion. You pass out, and then they record you taking advantage of you, and then they have that dirt on you forever, Piers. Kim Porter, God rest her soul, his partner, who he has a child with, she wrote a tell-all book, but before it came out, she mysteriously died of pneumonia. And allegedly, her friend said that he had recordings of an 18-year-old famous pop star having sex with him, okay? And everybody could just assume what that is, Piers. But if you have all these people and everybody's talking about it, the fact that we as a society let him see with our eyes, Cassie being dragged and beaten like a rag doll, and we got mad for a week, and then we forgot about it, Piers, because you know what? He paid her millions. That is the problem with our society, is that money talks and bullshit walks. We should have held him accountable. I'm shocked that her family didn't go after him, Piers, because I know you're a father. I'm not a father, but I have nieces and nephews. If that was my daughter and I saw that on camera, it would have been a wrap for Diddy, plain and simple, Piers. So I think we have to hold these people accountable.
Jason?
But that's the point right there. And that energy is somebody who's been molested, who survived molest, right? There's no money that you can pay me to feel good about the experience, to pay my family to forget about the experience. And I think the problem happening right now, at least in this country with entertainment, is that people are going for money grabs. So it is making it hard to decide what is, what isn't. And then there's so much around this case that you can't look at the video and not see a man beating a woman in a public hallway and make any excuse for that. But you also can't make excuse for the hotel taking $50,000 to cover it up. You can't make it, like, you can't understand how Diddy hired a trainer to train his girlfriend who
I do want to be fair, right? So I've said this before, in the US especially, right? I can't speak for other countries, but you have two forms of justice in the justice system. You have justice and you have money, right? You have justice and you have money, okay? And the thing is that a lot of people, right, especially when we're talking about famous people that do like something crazy, you know, a lot of people go for the money versus the justice. You know, somebody assaults you, right? You can either go to the police and have charges filed, right? So like, you know, they get held accountable and then there's justice, all that good stuff. Or you could sue them and then you get paid potentially millions of dollars. Life-changing money, basically. Millions, right? If there's a famous person, you are talking life-changing money. You know what I'm saying? And then the thing is that if you do it outside of the legal system, right? So that means you don't even get attorneys involved, right? There's just a deal that you two make. We good. And that day, we're good, right? Because now a lot of that money you getting to keep yourself, right? You ain't gotta cut no 30% or whatever it is to an attorney. Excuse me. Good Lord. You animal. So, all right. So today's the day where I'm gonna let them shop for a bit, and then I guess I'm gonna need, let's see, peas, tuna, red beans, cat food, more cat food, and then dog food. Those look like shelf items. So we're probably, today's the day, I guess we'll get like 2 more rows of shelves. Yeah, we'll get like 2 more rows of shelves, and then yeah, we'll get like 2 rows of shelves, and then we will upgrade. So let me start with, oh, the product shelves is only $250 too. So, oh yeah, so then for sure. Come on, come on. It's about as good as that's gonna get. All right. Oh, because I don't want that to be in the way. So, what we're talking like, yeah, because you can't be. I think like cutting it halfway should do good, right? Should. Yeah. Halfway should do. Move out the way. And then I guess I'll just hold on, let me just put you right. Cool. Alright, come on. There we go. Alright. I know I ended up getting 3 shelves. But yeah, that should do me wonders. So now, like, with whatever we purchase today, oh, I'm sorry, whatever profits we make today, because I got plenty of product, we'll order we'll upgrade to the new tier stuff, which would be this stuff here, and then we'll get these, and then yeah, we'll be good. And then our next beeline will be this right here for the employees, because I'm probably gonna need another cash register, which I'm not looking forward to, but I mean, it is what it is. Once I get, yeah, we'll get that, and then let's see, upgrade this, get these as well, obviously, get the products, monitor for Steelers, and then we make a beeline straight for here. So, which I think we might actually have enough points. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we probably by tomorrow we'll probably be able to get all the way straight to here. The only problem is just there's no way I'm gonna be able to. I'd have to do it like day by day, just to make sure I have the money to get each product line, and then boom, then we hit it. So, all right, let's get back to the video.
they say he was allegedly involved with, who then goes and dates, marries, and has a baby with the girlfriend. I mean, there's so many layers to this crazy story. But I think the biggest issue to what he just said was that people have become apathetic with the abuse, with the narcissism, with
Look,
the
man,
coercion,
I gotta get out my way when I'm trying to sweep.
Crazed industry right now, that it's like just another blip on social media. And it is an epidemic that I think, as we go back to what Esther said earlier and what we started at the top of this broadcast, is that this is going to trail back to a lot of people that all of us are going to go, what? Who, when, and sadly, some of your favorite stars are going to be the face of that.
I mean, I think on the point that society's morality has been muddled. People like Diddy being made an example of and being put away in prison for, I don't know, 300 years, for me, it's not enough. People like Epstein, people like Harvey Weinstein, people like P. Diddy, if he's found guilty, should get the death penalty. I can't think of anything worse than the things he's been charged with. And to just put him in a prison and give him 3 square meals a day, for me, I don't think is good enough. There is nothing worse than systemically taking advantage of people, drugging them, assaulting them, dragging Cassie through a hotel hallway brazenly, like you said, like she was a rag doll. What do you have to do to lose your life? How much do you have to degrade other people? How much do you have to take away their freedom for you to actually lose their life? Someone like P. Diddy, I'm sorry, it should be the guillotine. There is no amount of 30, 40, 50 years that can ever make.
Oh, somebody stealing?
And I think that's
What?
a small consolation that he doesn't.
Who the fuck stealing in that shit?
Reflect on how much he's been a bad
Hey,
boy.
girl.
Lord Jamar,
What the hell wrong with you?
what kind of person is he? For people who don't
Give
know
me my
him,
shit.
what would you say his
what the hell
character,
wrong
his
with you?
personality is like?
You must be out your goddamn mind.
You know, I had an interaction one time where it turned
That's
out we were both
crazy.
maybe dealing with the same girl, but I wasn't aware of it, right? So he comes up to me,
Boy.
we're at a party in LA, and now it's kind of telling now that fast forward to all of this. But he says to me,
See, I'm
I
glad
told her
I
to go
got that
with you
damn
tonight.
security thing, man.
And so
Well,
in
she
that
was
moment,
gone
it's like he's
too.
trying to let
Boy,
me
she
know
was
that
like
he deals with
way
this
down
girl.
over there. I had to find my
have the
broom.
power over this woman, and I'm letting her go with you. I immediately just walked away from him, walked away from her, and never, seen her again. Yeah, that was just crazy. I was like, this is a real arrogant bastard right here. I also want to say people are forgetting that in the early 90s, he had a celebrity basketball game at City College in Harlem, in which I attended, and at least 9 people died due to his negligence, including a girl that I know that I grew up with named Sonia Williams. Rest in peace to her. And I thought he was going to be done back then. I'm like, yo, ain't no way that he can come back from this. And money and a couple good records and all of that. And he was back. He was stronger than ever. Actually, I think that was pre-Bad Boy.
Bruce,
And like, Lord, going to your point,
hang on.
Didn't Kanye call him?
Wait, can I?
Well, hang on, guys.
Kanye call him a fed?
Hang on, guys. You're talking over each other. Let me ask Vinny for his reaction first. Vinny?
Well, Lord, just going off of his point, I mean, Kanye West, he said a lot of crazy stuff in the past, but sometimes, maybe he's right. He called Kanye, he said he was a fed, that he was doing all this stuff, recording all these people, and like you said, Lord, getting away with everything, bro, getting away with murder, getting away with all this stuff, and he just dodges the raindrops as if he's being protected, just like in Epstein, but now they always have to have the fall guy, and yeah, I think Lord's, he's on point.
I mean, Jason, I met Diddy 2 or 3 times. He was always like quite quietly spoken, polite, charming. I mean, he obviously was a chameleon character from what we're now reading about him. But you worked with him. Was this all a facade? Could he turn on the charm and the respectful politeness when he wanted to, and actually also be?
When my show, when the Jason Lee show aired, it first aired on the Revolt Network, so that was the extent of our relationship. Let's be clear, I wasn't close to him, I wasn't a friend of his, and anything we talked about was related to the show. But I told a story some time ago about when I was at his birthday party, and I was taking a picture in the foyer, and he walked in, and I said, hey, do you want to get in the picture? And as he was walking over, he was saying something like, you better not ever F with me, because I'm different, it'd be a problem. But I thought he was just drunk or playing around, and then when the stories come out that he allegedly blew up Kid Cudi's car and those things, you wonder, was he actually threatening you? But I wanted to go back to, and 2 things can be true. You can have a school in Harlem helping young kids, and you can be a cultural icon and put out great music and clothing and, take a liquor brand like Ciroc and make it a cultural thing around the world and make millions and millions and millions of dollars, but also be, Dr. Jekyll at the same time. But I wanted to go back to Lord Jamar's point where he's talking about, him saying you can have this one or that one. Lord Jamar, in our culture, and I want to preface this and say I'm not apologizing for it, and I'm just telling you what it is, and Esther, please bear with me. We all know that there are pass-arounds that these entertainers call a reference to women. Well, young women, and I say young meaning 23, 22, 24, just want to be around the culture, want to get in the party where it's lit, and then the guys pass them around. Again, I don't want to conflate people's consensual behavior that is just what it is with everything else, but that also shouldn't give these rappers the belief or the license that a young woman who's consenting to having these experiences cannot go home when she wants, can be held against her will, and can be forced to do things that she doesn't want to do. And I think what's going to happen as this all rolls out, Lord Jamar, tell me if I'm wrong, some of these lines may have gotten blurry with some of these guys, but it doesn't make it okay. And I go all the way back to Esther's point. I want to see more people held accountable who participated in that.
Let me ask Lord Jamal this. I'll come to you, Bruce. I know you wanted to say something. I'll come back to you in a
It's
second.
getting boring.
Lord Jamal, there are lots of what appear.
No, saying they are like basically just regurgitating the same stuff, bruv. Come on, man. Where's mine? All right. Let's get back to the juicy stuff now. Which is going to be regarding Trump. I was trying to listen. It just. Hold on, I'm trying to get the video. You guys give me a moment. Yeah, live stream looks. Here we go.
I'm going to go through some key talking points of the 2024 Republican GOP platform for Donald Trump, and fact-check as I go with a variety of sources and statistics directly from the corresponding places of government, fact-checking organizations, etc. And I will specify on the screen and in the description with specific sources so you can read more about it yourself or see it for yourself. Let's start. 2024 GOP platform, Make America Great Again. America First, a return to common sense. Past the preamble, the first claims are simple. Donald J. Trump was elected as an unapologetic champion of the American people. He reignited the American spirit and called on us to renew our national pride. His policies spurred historic economic growth, job creation, and a resurgence in American manufacturing. Unfortunately, as far as policy goes, after researching, none of that seems to be accurate. As far as GDP growth and GDP per capita, the GDP increase year over year was 2.24% in his first year, 2.95% in his second year, 2.29%, and finally, negative 2.77%, with exception to his final year in office. So, before considering COVID in his final year, the economic growth stayed virtually the same as Obama's economy from the 2010 recovery to the 2008 housing crisis in these metrics, until the beginning of Trump's term. In fact, if you were to look at the graph without seeing the years, you would probably have a difficult time telling when Obama ended and when Trump began. A reminder, though, of two things, and this is something that'll be important as I talk about specific dates in the future. Trump began his term on January 20th, 2017, when he was sworn into office. And
the crazy thing is I'm gonna ask the AI bot about that, because the crazy thing about that too is that if you look at it cumulatively as well, right? Technically, he's Obama's was way up on economic growth than Trump. And while you can sit there and argue, well, I mean, Trump only had 4 years and Obama had 8. Like, even if I sit there and I just pick any one of those 4 years, like it seemed like Trump, because of like his mishandling of COVID, right, still put his overall GDP performance in the U.S. economy, and Obama's, right, who also, like, pay attention to that chart. Obama also had his dip in his first year because he came in at the economic crisis. It seems like Obama might have actually done way better than Trump did. So we're gonna find out. I got to bring the AI in on this one. Yeah, so y'all give me a second. All right, so first thing I need to do is let's click here. Diagnostic guarantor. Nice to see another bot guy coming by. I just need that to go away. Hold on. All right. Hey, Jeffrey. I have some questions I want to ask you about Trump's economic performance with respect to his GDP in comparison to either Barack Obama or Joe Biden. Do you have a moment? The Jeffrey said, absolutely. I forgot I gotta get the thing up. So one moment, I'm getting it up now. Jeffrey said, absolutely. I'm ready to discuss Trump's economic performance and compare it to Obama's and Biden's in terms of GDP. What specific aspects or comparison would you like to focus on? Okay, where's Discord over here? Yeah, that person buying a lot of stuff. Oh shit, we're at $3,000. Oh yeah, so we made money today. We made money this week. Lovely. Hold on. I'm connecting. Yeah, bear me a minute. And okay. We are in. Okay, so you're up. And let me get what's its face? What's his face? Where's the Discord thing go? The Discord thing just stopped working too? Brav. Let me hold on. Let me take the cash because cashier's off, right? Cool. Because we closed the store, so yeah, go start restocking while I get AI back up the business here. Well, the Discord thing, I mean. Great. Now I gotta sit here and I hate that this game like keeps pulling the mouse. Oh, hold on. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Discord overlay. Discord OBS overlay. I don't know why it's not coming up on the thing. I wonder what happened. Okay, for the server, right, should be that one, right? Voice widget, and then our live debate, right? Yep. And looks good enough to me. Okay. I just gotta be careful with my mouse over here. All right, let's go here. Just go like that. Say okay. Right? Let me unhide it. Put it back. Unhide it. Put it back. And I see nothing. Why is it not coming up? All right, give me a second here. Bro, what the hell's going on? Why is it? Hold on, guys. Okay. Let's see the... All right, let me... What's it? Chat widget, text channel. Although we'll keep that in mind someday. For now, though. Gosh. You know, I like that color anyway. Okay. Let me try this again now. I don't know why. Why it doesn't? There we go. Okay, now it's up. I don't know. I just changed the color or something, and then it just decided it wanted to come up now. So, but why is the A one? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm very tired again. It's almost 2 a.m. over here. Okay. Close that and bring you down and see. I just stayed doing that. I don't know why. Oh yeah. So let's talk about. Well, let's let this play a little bit first and just go.
Ends in January 20th of 2021 when Biden was sworn into office. This will be important to address the future claims, especially as we compare them to the Biden presidency, as the GOP platform specifically does. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics also lists job loss growth and total trends per quarter each year. For quarters, I will count June as the starting point for presidencies, since it's hard to blame a first quarter job economy on someone who wasn't in for a full first quarter. So that's being equally fair both to Trump, Biden, and anybody else who would run in the future. June 2017 to March of 2021, job creation either stayed roughly the same or was lower than job creation under Barack Obama. This is until COVID hits in 2020, to which we see an initial 836,000 job loss in the March quarter, followed by a 14,538,000 job loss in the second quarter, and then recovering to a positive 4 million job gain and a 2 million job recovery in the last 2 quarters. Now, I'm not going to blame Trump for the unprecedented worldwide pandemic situation. There was liable to be some type of large hit to every economy in the world, under any presidency. But I at least think it's worth noting that this type of catastrophic loss, undoing the net job creation of his entire presidency and putting it in the red, as well as undoing the last 2 years of job creation under Obama, it's worth mentioning too that in September 2017's quarter, the net jobs were negative, losing 39,000 jobs. The first time for this to happen in a quarter since the 2008 housing crisis in Obama's first term. So before COVID, he was basically the same as Obama with a few weak quarters. And once COVID hit, it was a massive spike, making it so that the peak unemployment at the end of Trump's term was over 8%, 8.09. That is to say, from a purely objective standard, there was not historic economic growth or job creation, at least in any sort of broad way that people would generally interpret it. Maybe some small job sector had a historic boost, but the broad trend of the economy was anything but historic, aside from the decades-low negative job creation and unemployment caused amidst the COVID crisis. It's also an unbefitting characterization to say that American manufacturing had a resurgence. From the start of Trump's presidency, manufacturing jobs bounced between 2 and negative 2%, and as of February 2019, it only remained in the negative until Biden took office. Meaning for a full year before COVID hit, manufacturing was down every month between negative 1 and negative 3%. Once COVID did hit, the worst month, April 2020, saw manufacturing hit a record low of negative 19.5%, a number not seen since the 1940s. Even through the height of the 2008 financial crisis, it came close, capping at a negative 18% in its worst month of 2009. So, okay, ignoring COVID, Trump was a slightly below average president on jobs and the economy. An objective downturn from Obama, but mostly the same, at least by these specific metrics, which I think are the most obviously representative of America's economy as a whole. These are the successes that the Republican Party and GOP were touting as their opening success for their 2024 platform statement. The next claim of the GOP platform statement is this. Yet after 4 years of the Biden administration, America is now rocked by raging inflation, open borders, rampant crime, attacks on our children, and global conflict, chaos, and instability. So, as for what is specifically mentioned, let's say the clear ones here are high inflation, immigration, and high crime rates. The most valid of these is high inflation, although it's a selective argument. The 2 years leading into Biden's term, as I've shown, there was a consistent job loss for over 2 years, manufacturer closures, and heightened unemployment rates, to the extent not seen since 2009 and in some cases not seen since the late 1940s. Inheriting an economic downfall of this caliber and not seeing inflation hit back is pretty unreasonable, especially as the economic downturn and height of inflation hit in 2021. By 2022, the unemployment rate had already been halved of what it was when Trump left office, and by 2023 had dropped back down to 3%, meaning that the current inflation rate has already stabilized and is only 1% higher than Trump pre-COVID. Looking at such a steep and obviously historic recovery, just looking at the graphs, the recovery is hard to blame negatively. COVID was a sort of worldwide economic force. It was neither something I would completely reasonably blame on Trump or Biden, but that's largely the thing. Even if I have some issues with how Trump handled it, the whole world suffered from the pandemic, and if I'm not going to blame Trump for the huge downfall in his last year as president, it doesn't seem to make any sense or be fair to blame Biden for the inflation that was a direct result of that exact same aforementioned downfall, especially with how quickly the inflation rate restabilized back down.
You know, that's a good point. So I want to know, if I was to take Obama's worst year when it came to his GDP growth and I then compared it with Trump, would it be fair to say that Trump had a better economic output, even though their GDP was relatively really close to the same? Because it certainly wasn't the touted, super expansive growth that he was promising with regards to GDP being, I think, 3 or 4% or however high it was he said he was going to do.
When comparing GDP growth between Obama and Trump, context is crucial. Here's how it breaks down. Obama's worst year. The worst GDP growth year for Obama was in 2009, during the Great Recession, where the economy actually contracted by around 2.5%. However, if we look at the post-recession period, GDP growth averaged around 2.3% annually. He inherited an economy in free fall and spent much of his first term stabilizing and recovering from that crisis. By the end of his term, the economy was growing steadily but modestly. Trump's GDP growth averaged around 2.5% annually before the pandemic hit, peaking at 3% in 2018, his best year. This was higher than Obama's post-recession average, but not the 4% or higher he had promised on the campaign trail. His supporters argue that the tax cuts and deregulation efforts did stimulate growth, but structural factors like an aging population and trade tensions limited the potential for more robust expansion. Fair comparison. If we're comparing Trump's best years pre-pandemic to Obama's post-recession recovery years, Trump's growth is slightly better, but it's not the dramatic difference that was promised. The growth rates were comparable, especially when you consider that Trump inherited a stable economy, whereas Obama inherited a crisis. The real story, what's important to note, is that while Trump's growth was marginally higher, it wasn't the economic boom that was promised. Much of the growth under Trump was front-loaded due to tax cuts and deregulation. But these didn't lead to sustained long-term growth at the levels he suggested. So, while he did see better numbers than Obama in some respects, the reality didn't match the lofty promises. In summary, Trump's GDP growth was better than Obama's average post-recession, but not by the wide margin he had projected. It was stable, but not the extraordinary boom that was often touted.
Now, if I'm not mistaken correctly, if we was to then switch our focus onto the manufacturing jobs, is it correct then that that Trump was losing manufacturing jobs at a steady clip during his years in the presidency, while Biden saw a potential increase? Is that correct?
Yes, that's a correct observation when looking at the overall trends in manufacturing jobs during their respective terms. Trump's manufacturing jobs record. Early in his presidency, Trump did see a modest increase in manufacturing jobs. His focus on revitalizing the Rust Belt and bringing jobs back to America led to about 500,000 new manufacturing jobs from 2017 to early 2019. However, by the end of his term, especially with the onset of the pandemic, many of those gains were lost. The trade war with China and other global economic factors also put pressure on the manufacturing sector, leading to a decline in manufacturing jobs even before COVID-19 hit. Biden's manufacturing jobs record. Under Biden, the manufacturing sector has seen a resurgence, partly due to the recovery from the pandemic and stimulus measures aimed at boosting the economy. The CHIPS Act and infrastructure investments are also intended to strengthen domestic manufacturing, especially in high-tech industries. As a result, there has been a significant increase in manufacturing jobs during his term. So, while Trump initially had some success in bringing back manufacturing jobs, the momentum didn't last, and the sector suffered losses, particularly during the pandemic. In contrast, Biden has been able to build on the recovery and push for more long-term investments in manufacturing, resulting in an increase in jobs in this sector.
Let me put it on pause. That's crazy. I actually did not even know it was actually that bad. Like, how is he getting away with this? Like, selling people this like idea that he was doing like, he was like so good for the economy when clearly he wasn't. Like, with respect to especially like some key, like he at best he was. I can't even say he was slightly above average then on his economic performance, because like it was always just on the back of my mind when I'm just sitting there just wondering, I'm like, what the hell did Trump actually do that was good for the economy? Like, I cannot for the life of me think of any like major legislation, any major like policy gutting, right? I know he cut regulation, right? But like, you got to do more than just cut like some regulations. Unless they're like super oppressive, which I don't think there was any super oppressive regulations that I can think of, right? That weren't there for any good reason anyway, right? So I don't know. I really don't know. Excuse me. Yeah. That's crazy. Let's continue with the video. Come on, mouse.
Down to where it was pre-COVID. One couldn't honestly say that inflation is currently raging, as this increase over pre-COVID Trump policy is the same increase as Trump over Obama, and there wasn't an economic crisis to recover from in 2017. As a sort of last note on the economy, Trump's final numbers, as they were when he left office, came to corporate profits increasing by 17.4%, but household income only going up by 6%, meaning workers were getting paid less for their work compared to their employers as the term went on. Home prices also increased by 27.5% under Trump's presidency, and again, we lost a net 178,000 manufacturing jobs. One of the main things that Trump promised before his term and has continued to pretend and claim was a success during this election cycle, despite being provably and undisputably false. I'll do crime next, since it won't take as long as the immigration thing. The Brennan Center for Justice and the CCJ, or Council on Criminal Justice, show a general increase from the beginning of the pandemic that peaks in 2021, followed by a steady downfall afterwards, with exception to a slight but noticeable increase in property crimes in 2022. Of course, we don't have a lot of definitive data for 2023, and this year, 2024, since it's not over, doesn't have its proper statistics out either. I mean, this year's only half over. But based on the change from 2020 to 2022, looking at the data from the major United States cities, the national murder rate was down by 6.7%, property crime down by 0.5% nationally. And generally speaking, looking at Trump and Biden next to each other, very similarly to the pre-COVID Trump era to Obama before him, you can't easily tell where Trump ends and Biden begins, as this trend has been a pretty flat line with steady decline since 2011 and a much more drastic decline since the 90s. In fact, violent crime is at the second lowest point it's ever been, aside from pre-COVID 2019. So let's get into
XNV. It's great to have you back, fam. What you been up to? Well, I mean, it's whatchamacallit. Like I pre-looked at some of the stuff that he's citing. As far as the data he's pulling it from, it's like it's all legit. It's all from what is it, like, what the hell is that bureau's name? It's that the thing that actually does record all of the crime rates and stuff across the cities. Like since what, like the 1990s or the 2000s, like crime has been like on a steady decline. There's occasional blimps of the stuff that rise like every so often, but like for example, like I think like even like during like BLM, like when all those BLM riots were going on, like you had like some places that I guess like had like a slight uptick, but the thing is that there was like I think like 1,200 BLM protests, but then there was like only about 200 of them that were like that actually involved like riots, and they were all like focused in like major cities. So I don't know. Hope you've been doing all right though, man. What you been up to? And I done.
Sorry, I'm having issues right.
You be quiet, AI. I don't have you talking right now. Sorry, just trying to click on my things here. Citing reports is fine. Pretending like their indisputable facts is complete. Well, that part is true. I suppose, because if I'm not mistaken, I think I actually ran into that issue with Florida, because I think Florida doesn't have like has like some weird thing where they don't have like any real reporting standards, so it's like hard to actually get like gauge like real crime rates over there. From my understanding, it's like weird, like all of the police agencies aren't required to like report up or something like that. It was either the police agencies or something else I was thinking. But yes, this is true that every place, every state, let alone every county, don't have the same type of reporting standards. So don't have the same reporting standards, and so that can definitely be like a huge problem. Okay, so they definitely put all that out. Oh yeah, I gotta set prices before I open up the store. Hold on, let me set prices real quick, and then we'll get rolling in a moment. So this is $3.95, so almost $4. I guess I'll do like $7.80. Yeah, set that to like $7.80. Might as well check the prices for everything else while I'm at it. Everything else look good. So hold on. Let me just set the prices real quick. I need my brain power here because I need to figure out what's the best prices. I'm trying to make this money. Let me think. It's at $3.70, I think. Yeah. $3.70. Yeah, $3.70 seems like a fair price, right? Okay, what's this? Cat food, right? Damn, I already got it set for $12. How's that even possible? Well, it's $8, so we can do. Let's see. Crime statistics have all sorts of problems. Goodhart's law all over the place. True. This is true. This is most certainly true. Let's see. I'm looking at. Let's do $16.10 for cat food. For peas, we're going to do $7.50. Yeah, let's do $7.50 for peas, and then let's do these canned goods here. Oh, these already set? Oh no, these ain't already set yet. I think this is though. Yeah, this is already set. That's because I already have that on the other side. Okay, damn, baked beans. Okay. So if that's $5, $5.49. We'll set to like $10.40. And last one. So $7.60 market price. I think 15 flat will work. 15 flat for that it'll probably be all right. And okay, I guess. All right, we're good now. So now we're good to go ahead and open her up. We'll order a few more boxes of stuff, and yeah, that'll be. If you don't get on that table, stop playing with me. Let's see. Economic stats, less so, but easy to cherry pick, and there's no such thing as an unbiased interpretation. Oh man. You know, that's always the hard part, you know, because obviously each side will have an incentive to like cherry pick statistics. So I mean, of all people, Trump be like one of the very few people I sit there and try to believe at face value. You set you out of storage. And let me order some things, and then we're good to get started. Yeah, so how much is one box of everything? So I get everything but the dog food. Okay. All right. Yeah, go ahead and go. So let's see what else you got. Oh, I wanted to ask. Well, manufacturing jobs did go down. Hold on. Let me see. Do I want to ask the AI about it, or do I want to wait? Next time, yeah, we'll wait. All right, let's just
Talking
get back
point
to it.
of the Trump administration. The crisis on our southern border, or illegal immigration. I'm sure that you've all heard prominent figures in the GOP broadly talk on this as well. Here are some possibly familiar quotes. Nikki Haley claims that 8 million have come in illegally, and that we have to send them back. A number also repeated by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas said on Fox News Sunday that Biden had allowed an invasion to occur on our border. Almost 10 million migrants have crossed into our country. On CNN's State of the Union, Marco Rubio stated more conservatively that 3.3 million people have been released into the country who arrive here illegally. Also claiming Biden had a policy of releasing virtually 85 to 90% of any migrant that crossed the border. The DHS has, of course, released its statistics as from the Office of Homeland Security. The first thing factcheck.org notes about this specific claim is that the data often cited lists all apprehensions, which means many are counted more than once, with a 27% recidivism rate, up 7% from 2019. But since the federal health emergency for COVID-19 has ended, the rate has then dropped 11%. A large section of the people counted at the border also are largely in stasis, considering that they...
Trump pathologically lies, but so do partisans and establishment media. Yes, this is true. Yeah, we know this. I just wish, because Trump is just like so egregious with it. I just like fam, like you have got to like chill out sometimes. And then it's just hard because then I think like when Trump and Biden had that debate, like when Biden, I think one of the things that really like teed me off on it was when like Biden said, I think like drug prices were down to like $15 for like I think what particular medication, which wasn't true. But the difference between like him and Trump was that like whoever that at the closing statements when Biden brought it back up, he then said the correct price, which I think was like $35 per like vial or whatever the medication thing was. Whereas like Trump just sits there like when Trump lies to you, like he's truly like he's just truly trying to sell you a story. It's crazy. Like whoever was calling clearly biased interpretations indisputable. Well, maybe, but like there's certain things you can't really like you can't be biased when interpreting, right? Like you can't like be biased about like the GDP. Like the GDP is just like that's a fixed figure, right? That there's no crazy way to calculate that, right? Border apprehensions, which I think is what he's going to get into, right? I personally have like come across like many different figures because of the way like it's calculated, because you got things like encounters, which includes people that come to the border but don't actually cross over, like they get caught and then they just immediately get like sent back or whatever, right? But they're still counted in the encounter numbers, but people use the encounter numbers as what's its face as saying that these are the number of people who have crossed the border illegally, which is not at all true. It's too expensive. What's too expensive? Great. I gotta take a look and see what they're complaining about. Hold on. Like what else? There's like 3 or 4 different ways of calculating 6. Oh, I guess maybe I could put you to like maybe 7.5. If y'all gonna like be so upset about it. 280, 270 is good there. Okay. Yeah. What was I looking at? There's like 3 or 4 different ways. Like I recall that's like you can count illegal immigration crossings in the U.S. Whether you want to do the encounters thing, which isn't necessarily true. There's another number that talks about people that are pending like a hearing or something like that, but they're still not even physically in the United States yet. They get wrapped up in the counting. What else? There's like a lot of different ways. It's like unemployment, because unemployment is like the same thing. Unemployment, there's like, I think like 8 different ways, like 8 or 10 different ways of counting unemployment. Which, I mean, I guess you can you can pick whichever one I guess suits your needs, I suppose. Yeah, let me put this here and let's bring you back out. Okay. Don't nothing look crazy. All right, let's play back the video. Actually, I got 10 grand on me now. Let me actually order a few more things and then we can full screen this game and then play Zed video. So let's see. I have, okay, let me get 1 pasta. We got enough rice. Hold on, just want to order. Definitely going to need like 2 more of these, 1 more of this. Let's get this. Damn, I'm already at $400. I ain't even buy any of the new stuff yet. This shit's so expensive, man. And okay, so let's get you. Damn, 152. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait for like 1 more. I need 1 more. I need him to do 1 more. Come on, there we go. All right, there we go. Let's buy that. You get to work putting the stuff away in the shelves, and all right, we're good. Let's go ahead and let's full screen her now. Bam. Okay. All right, looks good. Now let's play back the video. What we got here? Move you back over here and video.
Have neither been accepted or rejected and are instead being held at the border and awaiting trial, waiting to either be rejected or approved. So it's hard to say they've really crossed into the country if they aren't even in the country but are waiting to see if they'll be allowed in. From the month that Biden took office until October of 2023, 6.5 million encounters were made at the border. 700,000 arriving legally but without initial authorization to enter. Right, so 5.8 million illegal people crossing the border. A policy of releasing virtually 85 to 90% of any migrant that crossed the border. The DHS has, of course, released its statistics as from the Office of Homeland Security. The first thing factcheck.org notes about this specific claim is that the data often cited lists all apprehensions, which means many are counted more than once, with a 27% recidivism rate, up 7% from 2019. But since the federal health emergency for COVID-19 has ended, the rate has then dropped 11%. A large section of the people counted at the border also are largely in stasis, considering that they have neither been accepted or rejected and are instead being held at the border and awaiting trial, waiting to either be rejected or approved. So it's hard to say they've really crossed into the country if they aren't even in the country but are waiting to see if they'll be allowed in. From the month that Biden took office until October of 2023, 6.5 million encounters were made at the border. 700,000 arriving legally but without initial authorization to enter, so 5.8 million illegal people crossing the border. Subtract the 27% of repeats. Of those numbers, 2.5 million have been released into the country, but again, a chunk of that is made up of legal immigration, but initially unauthorized entries from the 700,000 included in the initial stat. A spokesperson for the DHS also says that they believe their capture rate is 78%, which does seem to be low. But, to quote, under the administration, the estimated annual apprehension rate has averaged 78%, identical to the rate of the prior administration. The people at the border doing their jobs is largely the exact same group of people who are working under the Trump administration, because these are not simply appointed jobs from the president, but are largely administrative jobs. From both administrations, few policies have actually changed aside from the effects of lifting the COVID health emergency guidelines. That means that since Biden has taken office, the rate to which immigrants are caught and refused or let in is not significantly different than it was under Trump. However, due to the COVID crisis, the raw amount of people who are trying to cross the border has increased. So there is a slight increase in people, just not in the actual percent or change of policy. The numbers Haley and DeSantis give, then, are the totals of all migrant encounters, including repeat customers, so to say, as well as hypothetical people who got in without being caught, and in the case of Tom Cotton's exaggeration, also including immigrants from Canada, coastal borders, and all American airports. This seems very blatantly dishonest, so the people at factcheck.org reached out to Cotton's press secretary, Patrick McCann, for comment. And in response, he told them that the figures show that the senator was correct to say that the number had, quote-unquote, crossed into the country. This seems to be doubling down on extremely tight legal speak. It's essentially the Bill Clinton, it depends what the definition of is statement. So after being confronted with the fact that 27% of this number are people that are counted multiple times, as well as including 2.5 million near immediate expulsions from the country, not including all those still awaiting trial as well, many of which to be turned away, there is no frame of reference from which someone could call Tom Cotton of Arkansas's remarks honest. But it also shows bad faith as he voted against the border bills proposed during the current administration as well. A bipartisan bill brokered over 4 months between the Republicans and Democrats, Trump weighed in and told Republicans to vote no because if the border wasn't that much of an issue, it could harm his re-election chances.
Oh, my bad,
Senator
girl.
James
you shouldn't
Lankford,
have. Look, you shouldn't have gotten in my way.
Stated on Fox News, said about the situation.
They
This
killed
banana.
us. Ironically, not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election, it's the single biggest issue during the election, don't resolve this, we'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then walked away. I get that. That's a decision everybody makes in it. My issue is if we're pursuing everything, we very often end up with nothing. If we're pursuing someone coming later to fix it, later seems to never come. When we have a moment to fix things, we should fix as many things as we can then come back later and fix the rest.
That's on Donald Trump,
Yeah,
Senator.
that's what I said.
I
don't understand why they killed that
He's
bill.
running for. He's got a campaign that he's running. I'm already in office. I've got a responsibility to be able to carry on this.
Republican Senator Lankford also stated an unnamed popular commentator told him flat out, if you try to move this bill that solved the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you before the next presidential election. While we should acknowledge this,
It sounds
second
like
comment
Tucker
as
Carlson.
this clearly portrays one of
I don't know
not
who it
two
is,
things.
but
One, that the Republicans who voted against this, like Tom Cotton, know that the border crisis is an exaggerated issue for politics. Or two, they sincerely believe there is a crisis, but would sacrifice the safety of the American people if it meant getting Trump elected once again. Personally, based on the data I've shown and also have cited below, I think it's number one. But if someone is sincerely concerned about the southern border, the second option seems much more sinister and like a betrayal to the people who voted for these elected figures. The GOP party platform then goes through a series of paragraphs stating what common sense tells us. It says, common sense tells us blank, and then it fills it in with one of these before-mentioned stated issues, explaining why they find these issues important, but not really stating how they would fix them different from prior. But as I've outlined, the actions of the GOP don't reflect the results of this stated priority. The first new addition to these common sense things, though, is common sense tells us clearly that if we don't have a strong military, we won't be able to defend our interests, and we will be at the mercy of hostile nations. The policy of the Republican Party must be to ensure, then, that America's military is the strongest and best equipped in the world. Looking into the statistics again, Biden has maintained the same year-over-year increase in military spending that Trump started, even upping the rate from 2021 to 2022. Regardless, the American military is the best military in the world, to an almost comically absorbent degree. The United States in 2022 spent $876.94 billion on military expenses, the most out of any country in the entire world, and by a long shot, too. The second place, Saudi Arabia, spent a mere $75.01 billion on the same year, meaning that the United States spends over 8 times more than the next highest spending military,
keep complaining
and
about
more
the
than the next
peas.
40-plus countries beneath us. And that's just because I got sick of adding numbers of less than $1 billion to try and reach the United States numbers. I stopped at like $650 billion. Our military is easily the most bloated part of the American budget, especially since this number doesn't even include resources used to
military
help
is
our
mighty,
veterans. Over Obama's 2 terms, spending towards veterans increased by $100 billion. Under Trump's 1 term, it increased by $34 billion. Under Biden's term, as of 2023, it increased $48 billion, meaning that per term, Biden has already outpaced increased aid to veterans that Trump offered by 25%, and is on track to overpace Obama as well. This is yet to
y'all doing
include
over
the
there?
last year of his
Hey,
term.
y'all break it up.
So it might lead one to wonder, what type of additional budget is going to be sent to non-veteran military expenses that we aren't already far exceeding? Trump has proposed a plan to build a nationwide Iron Dome defense system that will protect all American skies, the same as Israel has, although much larger due to the obvious difference in nation size. The estimated cost of this has been stated to be $2.5 trillion. But where is this money going to come from? Trump left office his first term, raising the national deficit $8.2 trillion, more than any single term of a president prior, and almost as much as Obama during both of his terms combined, Obama having a little over $9 trillion. The debt spending increased, the immigration policy was virtually the same, record profits were made for corporations, but working families saw less than a quarter of the same payout increase in their paychecks, crime was worse, jobs were lost. Even before COVID historically devastated the economy, manufacturing was down. And as a result of this historic downturn, inflation was a natural result of the catastrophic blow to the economy. But this has already returned to near normal in historically record-breaking decreases. You can see it for yourself on basically any graph you look at, looking at the American economy. I want to say something positive, just so I can feel more fair and balanced, TM. But the fact is, I already am. These are the things that the GOP platform specifically signaled that it wants to fix in the economy, and these are the things that all were objectively done worse under Trump when they were last given the reins. And it would be different if they were humble and tried to explain what they will do differently, but most people don't even realize the reality that the stats show because Trump just goes on pretending everything was great. He inherited an economy with less than a 1% inflation rate, and it immediately boosted to over 2%, creating less jobs on average, and even a net loss jobs one quarter, including 2 years of net loss in manufacturing jobs, and that's before a refusal to help the American people in COVID. Many people attribute the stimulus that was granted to Americans under Trump. I personally thought that that's when it happened as well. But the American Rescue Act was a bill passed under Joe Biden, signed into law by Biden's hand. All citations are in the description once again and have been listed on screen as
the
to
rescue
relevant
plan.
specific
That's right.
links to link on. Politics isn't a team sport. It's people's lives. Personally, my politics have shifted a bunch over the last 10 years. And that's because I have always tried to understand the truth, and I have, at times, still fallen into bias and gotten things wrong. Hundreds of millions of people, single, married, childless, and quiverful. These are economic facts that do not side with the administration, and these are economic issues that I am only addressing because they specifically gloat that it was a strength, and it is the only thing that Republicans repeatedly poll on as handling better than Democrats. And maybe that has been true. All I've looked at is Obama, Biden, and Trump. And out of those three administrations, Trump clearly had the most economic downturn, even if we were to ignore the obvious effects of the COVID crisis under Trump and Biden. It's no one's fault for being misinformed. Most people are busy. They have full-time jobs, school, church, family, and friend obligations. I had to take multiple hours out of my day researching a lot of this stuff just to get the information. The lack of laws restricting malicious actors from spreading false information on social media means it's more rampant than it's ever been. Radio and TV had far more restrictions that prevented this sort of misinformation from being allowed to fester unchallenged. But in a lot of ways, we're still in the Wild West in regards to how much people are allowed to openly lie without consequence. America has free speech, and I am and have always been an ardent defender of the First Amendment. The classic exceptions are in the case of threats, either directly, or like the classic example of screaming fire in a crowded theater, but also slander and libel laws. These laws are rarely used because they require, under American law, an undeniable proof that someone not only told mistruths, but did so deliberately on purpose and with an intent to harm and misinform repeatedly. In the past, short of hearing someone say and admit to the fact that they did that, it used to be almost impossible to prove in a court of law. But in the age of texting, recorded audio, emails, and more, it's becoming more easy to prove these things through discovery. Fox News settled with Dominion Voting Systems in $810 million after willfully lying about election fraud and interference. In discovery, it was found that lead hosts Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, and billionaire chair Rupert Murdoch acted dishonestly. Fox said in a statement to quote, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." Similar lawsuits towards Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, Mike Lindell, and Patrick Byrne, and the networks One America News and Newsmax, also have cases pending, but are likely to settle or be found guilty, as many are close associates with Fox and close company with many of the people already found guilty. Rival voting company, Smartmatic, has also now filed suit for fraudulent claims and are pending for the court. In private, it was found through discovery of text messages and emails that hosts such as Tucker Carlson repeatedly called these claims about election fraud insane and absurd in private, with Chair Rupert Murdoch even stating in a deposition that he didn't believe the claims and could have easily stopped them from being made, but didn't. Without question, these comments and many others meet criteria for actual malice, a willful disregard to misinform the American people, to betray the sacred duty that is supposed to be the core of news. Lou Dobbs was fired from Fox in 2021 shortly after the Dominion case was filed, with one clip in particular about his rage at an Atlantic article, which reported on Trump calling people who serve at a cemetery suckers and losers. Dobbs called it a hit job, despite information being corroborated by an, at the time, colleague from Fox News, Jennifer Griffin. Privately, Irina Briganti sent 2 clips to Jay Wallace, who was and is the president and executive editor of Fox News Media. He replied to these clips in a private email saying, "Thank you. I watched Lou closely for 2 weeks during conventions. The North Koreans do a more nuanced show. That's what he's saying about the shows on his own network. That's far from all, though. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and Tucker Carlson repeatedly acknowledge fault while conspiring against coworkers in private. Remember, this isn't some silly celebrity gossip. These are news anchors caught without excuse willfully lying to the American
those
people
sex
for
messages,
months,
man.
mocking
Oh
the
my
claims in
God.
private, and then putting on a serious face to undermine the integrity of American democracy. Sidney Powell, too, overstating the case of election fraud so much that Tucker Carlson privately sends a text to her, sending caution, telling her that if she doesn't prove what she's saying soon, it would be cruel and reckless, despite all of it being fake. When the information seemed to be on the way to being made public, Hannity joked in private with Steve Dawsey, "We might as well tell people to stop watching at 9 a.m. and turn the TV back on tonight at 9. Tucker Carlson, in another text, said privately, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump on most nights. I truly can't wait. I want nothing more. I hate him passionately. I blew up at Peter Navarro today in frustration. I actually like Peter, but I can't take much more of this." This lie was a continuous one from the top down, a willful continuous lie, proved in court of law through discovery of direct messages and emails sent from those accused. And while Trump's countless associates were hit trying to push a lie, Trump was also actively working to undermine American democracy too. In a leaked audio with Georgia election official, once it became clear that he was going to lose the state, this happened.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find
1100.
11,780 votes.
Maybe one more than we
One more
have.
than we have.
It was the
One
president
more
here
than we
asking you
have.
for exactly what he wanted. One more vote than his opponent.
What I knew is that we didn't have any votes to find. We had continued to look. We investigated, like I just shared the numbers with you. There were no votes to find.
Mr. Secretary, after making this request, the president then goes back to the danger of having you deny these allegations of fraud. Let's listen to that part of the clip.
When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
I felt then and still believe today that this was a threat. Others obviously thought so too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat.
My email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting text all over the country, and then eventually my wife started getting the text, and hers typically came in as sexualized texts, which were disgusting. And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow, and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also. Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution, and I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots when you're doing your job, and that's all we did.
During the remainder of the call, the former president continued to press you to find the remaining votes.
Oh, God, man. I want to talk about crime. One thing I wonder if I should do a little bit of activism, maybe send some letters or something to congressmen. I really think that there's certain like criminal stuff that needs to be updated. It shouldn't be so easy to just sit there and like dox people. I find that to be like a huge problem. Like you should not be able to like, you find somebody you don't like and then you're able to just pull up exactly where, like you as a regular individual person is able to just pull up exactly where they live, exactly where they work, go harass them. Or if you're technically sophisticated, you can do a denial of service attack on their internet infrastructure to bring their internet service down. It's just so crazy breaking into like people's homes. Like it's to me that's just wild. It makes me slightly upset that we just think that that's acceptable. It's crazy. Jesus Christ, man. All right, let me change the settings now back to full screen. All right. Excuse me. For your sake, don't need that until noise and high fidelity. Just want to make sure all that's good. Yep. Okay. Go ahead and end the day. All right, let's come here, mouse. Where is my mouse? Here we go.
That would ensure his victory in Georgia. Let's listen to a little more.
Why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
Many emails from electors also showed collusion
That's
to provide
crazy.
fake votes, making
That's so
pithy comments
crazy.
calling them alternative votes,
Oh,
a reference
God.
to the Trump campaign line about alternative facts. Still more and more, as a cheated coup appeared not to be working, Trump flagrantly lied on the stage at January 6th about the election, and according to Mark Meadows and 3 other people who were privately confirmed to have been there but chose to speak with anonymity, they stated upon hearing that the protesters had put a noose and gallows up outside and chanted "Hang Pence," that Trump had allegedly expressed support for the idea. Meadows initially provided thousands of text messages in a subpoena to the court, but changed his tune suddenly, suing the court and Verizon to try and keep things privately. The House brought him in contempt of court, but the Republican-controlled Congress dismissed his charges to keep the information private. This is a near-endless litany of information, and I think in large part it's exactly why it's been so easy to twist and ignore the truth. If you want to believe the best in someone, and the evidence against them is so inaccessible and the accusations so unbelievably awful, it becomes very easy to just stop engaging, accept a more comforting answer that it must just really be a witch hunt, and that they're after nothing. Pile that on with the threats to people and their families' lives, and it's genuinely become something scary to talk about on such things publicly. For my part, I'm not in politics. I don't have any cushy job. I don't have any special funding. I think I provided enough information here. The information is public, if you want to learn more. And to my mama and papa, we can obviously just talk about things more in private, as I'm sure we would otherwise. I hope that you've enjoyed the information that I put together in this video as well. Initially, this was going to be the first half of the video. I was going to dedicate the second half to the ways in which Donald Trump is a precise antithesis for anyone who claims to serve Jesus or be Christian in any way. But I think for most reasonable people who would watch this far, knowing any scripture at all would easily turn someone against Trump. And knowing as much scripture as you can repeatedly shows not to support Trump. Instead, I'll just pass with alleged actions in private from Michael Cohen, who also took the fall for Trump's illegal misappropriation of campaign funds years ago. Mr. Cohen said that one day in 2015, he was brought into Trump's office where Trump was brandishing a printout of an article about an Atlanta-based megachurch pastor trying to raise $60 million from his flock to buy a private jet. Trump knew the preacher personally, and later, the man, Creflo Dollar, were among the people to pray over Trump in the famous photo in the Oval Office, as well as one of the evangelical...
We are going to make our country great again.
It's January 15th, 2017.
Let's see the secret investigation nobody's talking about.
Sworn in as President of the United States. Thousands of miles away in Cairo, Egypt.
Oh, is this about the thing in Egypt? You know, like that came up like in the news like real briefly, and then it just immediately died. I do wonder what happened with this one. Oh, somebody's stealing. Yo, who the hell's stealing in my goddamn shop? Come on. Hold up. Motherfucker, what do you think this is? Give me my shit back. The hell's wrong? The hell's wrong with you? Stealing in my goddamn store. You out your goddamn mind. Don't you ever come back here. You hear me, motherfucker? You're stealing. Boy. Oh, and I see you walking pretty quickly. Boy, if I could, I'd lock you up. What the hell you think this is? That's crazy. Man, try to make it off of my ish. Now, about Egypt, okay? So I heard there was something really... Damn, how does Banana get here? I heard it was like something crazy that happened with like... It was basically just some money laundering of some sort. Potentially with Trump's campaign or Trump's like charities or something. Like some way of like foreign states basically getting money into Trump's hands, basically, which is a big no-no in American like campaign finance laws or American finance laws period I believe. So let's see what they got in this.
At this bank, 11 kilometers from the international airport, a bank manager receives a handwritten note from someone who holds an account at the bank. The note asks him to, quote, kindly withdraw a sum of $9,998,000 US. This was unusual. But according to bank records, bank employees did what they were told, heading to a vault full of US dollars and assembling stacks of $100 bills into 2 large bags. It all weighed about 200 pounds and comprised a large
Jesus
part of all of the US
Christ.
dollars that were in Egypt at the time, now sitting in bags in the manager's office. Until later that day, when 4 men showed up. They verified that they were associated with the account, and they took the money, put it into a truck, and left. The bank account where that $10 million was taken out of belonged to a shadowy organization called the Research and Studies Center. It was an Egyptian entity, but it's an entity that US intelligence believes is a front for the General Intelligence Services of Egypt, basically Egypt's international spy agency, the Egyptian CIA, let's say. So the Egyptian CIA takes out $10 million, and from here, the trail goes cold. Because shortly after this transfer of $10 million, the account is closed. And that entity, the Research and Studies Center, who owned the account, apparently doesn't exist anymore. Why did the Egyptian CIA need $10 million in cash? Who were these men who collected it? What were they doing? And what, if anything, does this $10 million have to do with former President Donald Trump? This is a really important set of questions, one that the FBI and federal lawyers have been secretly investigating to try to answer for years. Because they strongly suspected that this $10 million made its way into the hands of the Trump campaign, a foreign country trying to buy the election, and in exchange, buying loyalty from the new president. And they suspected that Trump may have known about this and accepted this bribe, and if he did, that would be a violation of federal law. I want to tell you the story of this investigation and how it was suddenly shut down by Department of Justice officials who were appointed by Donald Trump. This recently released Washington Post investigation reveals that there was much more going on that we didn't know about until just now. So I'm going to try to visualize this story, show it to you in the clearest way possible. Now listen, I know that this is a very politically sensitive topic. There's an election coming up. We all are taking our sides. I commit to you that I'm going to stick to rock solid facts here. I'm going to lay them out the best I can and show you the evidence that clearly demonstrates how we know these facts. Whenever I'm making circumstantial connections or my own analysis,
Oh, I saw
make
you
that
later.
very clear. Ultimately, I
The
want to
hell
lay this
wrong
all
with
out
you?
and let you make a decision as to whether you think there was wrongdoing here, whether you think something needs to be changed or someone needs to be held accountable. As always, every assertion in this video is fact-checked and linked in my sources by timecode. You can always check that out, scrutinize it, leave comments if you have issues with it. And with that, let's dive in.
Today I wrote another check for $10 million. I'm spending money like crazy.
President LCC has been somebody that's been very close to me from the first time I met him. I met during the campaign where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay?
Hey, before we go on, I want to explain something about our methodology of reporting on stories like this. Going deep on stories takes weeks, like sometimes 6 or 8 or 10 weeks to really understand these stories. And a tool we've been using more and more is Ground News, who is the sponsor of today's video. Ground News is a website and an app that gathers news from around the world and condenses it into one single article. They'll show you this story and then they'll show you who's covering it, how factual the different
Left or
sources
right
are,
leaning.
who those sources
Yep.
are owned by, and what political leaning or bent is present in the coverage. All of this happening in one seamless experience, both on mobile and desktop. Let me give you an example from this very story. If you type in the Trump Egypt story into Ground News, you can see that more than a dozen news outlets have picked up the story, and almost all of the coverage is from the left. Only 13% of the coverage comes from right-leaning publications. And you can see that one left-leaning source claims that democracy will die if the case against Trump is dropped, while a right-leaning source downplays the event as a, quote, brief probe. I mean, there's a ton of bias present in both of these headlines. Ground
A
News
brief
lets you
probe
easily
is
see that.
crazy.
There's also this feature called My News Bias, where you can look at your reading habits, the top sources that you're drawn to, how reliable the articles are that you read, and it will help flag blind spots in your information, the stuff that you're either avoiding consciously or unconsciously. In other words, it helps get you out of your echo chamber, which in this day and age is becoming more and more important. So if you value critical thinking and unbiased news, this is probably a good tool for you. And Ground News is offering a 40% discount to people who use my link. It is groundnews.com/JohnnyHarris. You can also use this lovely QR code that's on screen. You get 40% off the Vantage plan, which has all these features that I talked about. Make sure to scan the QR code or use the link if you do sign up, because that helps out the channel. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video, supporting our journalism. And with that, let's dive back into this story about Donald Trump and Egypt. All right, hold on a sec. I have been using this elementary school penmanship practice paper for about 10 years as my note-taking platform, and I don't know why, but I love it. Okay, to keep things totally rock-solid, crystal clear, I'm gonna make a list. I'm gonna call this list What We Know. And in this box, on this list, I am going to put the things that we truly know that are rock solid facts to keep us crystal clear. Number one, we know that Egypt wanted to give money to Donald Trump's campaign. They planned on it. They approved it. How do we know that? The CIA. Johnny Harris talking about the CIA again. Here we go. The CIA spies on everyone. We know that. We know they spy on foreign countries and foreign leaders. And during the 2016 presidential campaign, we know that they had a confidential informant within the Egyptian government. This was a reliable informant who had given the CIA reliable information in the past. They trusted this person. Between this informant and, quote, other operations, the CIA learned that, quote, Egyptian leaders, including President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, had signed off on sending $10 million to Mr. Trump's cash-strapped campaign. They say this happened just before the 2016 election. Okay, let's go back to our list here and make this more specific. The CIA is actually saying that they know that the president of Egypt, el-Sisi, actually signed off on giving Donald Trump $10 million, specifically $10 million. We were never supposed to learn about this intel, by the way. This was totally classified, part of a secret investigation. And in my mind, this intel is quite reliable. It comes from multiple sources, it comes from a reliable informant, and the CIA used it as a way to pass along to the Department of Justice their concern that there may have been some foreign interference from Egypt. And with that, let's get back to this guy. Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the president of Egypt. He's a military man who rose to power in 2014 after kicking out Egypt's first democratically elected president, who, by the way, was horribly unpopular, and the people also kind of wanted to kick him out. But yeah, he rose to power in a coup and then just held on to power. And, predictably, once he consolidated power, he started silencing the press, squashing political dissent or political opponents, locking people up, arresting journalists and activists, etc., etc. Same old story. But his record was so bad that during the Obama administration, the US cut Egypt off of billions of dollars of military aid that we usually send them. We cut it off to basically punish el-Sisi for all of these horrible human rights abuses. So Egypt gets cut off from all this vital military aid, but not for long.
Oh boy.
Okay, here's the second thing we know. Trump and el-Sisi met up in New York during the campaign, like when he was still a candidate.
So, I could tell you already up front that one of the things that'll make it particularly damning is what form of behavior, special favors, or things that seem to be a bit out of the ordinary that Trump would have done while in office, specifically for Egypt. So if he lost military aid, then I guess Trump would have reinstated it. But that in itself isn't like necessarily a damning thing, right? And that could just be related to like a bunch of other like legitimate stuff. So I'd be curious to see like what other actions, if there are any, that Trump would have also had taken in favorance of Egypt. In favor of
September
Egypt.
2016, a few weeks before the election. They're at the UN headquarters, and they have this closed-door meeting. And according to the Trump campaign, Trump was very warm to el-Sisi. Now remember, the US was keeping Egypt at arm's length because of all these human rights abuses, so like that was the MO for diplomats. Trump totally breaks from all of that in true Trump fashion. Says that he loves el-Sisi, he's gonna invite him to the White House. The campaign says that the US will be, quote, a loyal friend to Egypt. Here he is on Fox News right after the meeting.
He's a fantastic guy, took control of Egypt, and I thought it was a great meeting. We met for a long time, actually. We had a long meeting.
So that's the other thing we know. That's why it's on this list. Trump loves el-Sisi. They have a good chemistry. Trump wants to help Egypt. So it's actually not surprising that Egypt wants to help Trump win. Like, this would be very good for el-Sisi, which explains point number one here. El-Sisi signed off on this plan to give $10 million to Trump, according to good CIA intelligence, because he wanted him to win. It would benefit him and his regime if Trump won. Now, a little context here. Presidential campaigns are really messy and hard in the last few weeks. Campaigns kind of have to spend millions and millions of dollars in like the last 2 weeks leading up to the election to blitz on advertising, on travel, on like get out the vote campaigns. But the Trump campaign found itself in a tricky situation in the weeks leading up to the 2016 election. They didn't have the money to do this. They were running out. So what did the campaign do? They asked Trump himself for money. This post-investigation reveals that they pleaded with Trump to write a check to his campaign for a final blitz of television ads. And the response was no. Trump repeatedly declined. He didn't want to give any more of his own money to this campaign. That is, until October 28th, 2016. It's 5 weeks after Trump and El-Sisi met in New York, and Trump suddenly changes his mind and announces that he's going to write a check to his campaign for this final blitz. And how much is he going to give? $10 million.
Today I wrote another check for $10 million. I'm spending money like crazy.
Now, one small thing here. Trump advisors told the FBI that while this $10 million looked like a contribution, like a donation from Trump to his campaign, they actually structured it as a loan. $10 million that could be paid back to Trump. Okay, so we know that President El-Sisi signed off on giving Trump's campaign $10 million. Why? Because Trump and El-Sisi are friends, and a Trump presidency would benefit El-Sisi and his regime greatly. We also know that Trump, who refused to give money to his campaign in the final weeks leading up to the election, suddenly changed his mind and wrote a check for $10 million to his campaign, which was a loan to be paid back. Okay? I'm gonna add that to the list.
Okay.
Does this all feel solid to everyone? Like these are rock solid facts in my mind. And now let's just add the point that we talked about at the very beginning, that 5 days before Trump was inaugurated, $10 million of cash, or sorry, $9,998,000, $2,000 away from $10 million, was loaded up in 2 bags in cash and carted away, taken out of a bank account that is associated with El-Sisi's intelligence agency. I'm gonna add this to the list. So looking at these 4 items, doesn't it kind of feel obvious? Doesn't your brain want to connect the dots and paint a picture that it feels very clear in my brain? President El-Sisi, who we know wants to give $10 million to his new friend Donald Trump, orders $10 million to be taken out of a bank and secretly transferred to Trump's campaign. And Trump, knowing this, suddenly feels comfortable loaning his campaign exactly $10 million, knowing that he'd be repaid from this money from Egypt. Doesn't it all lined up? Like, case closed, we can just like convict somebody? No. That's not how it works. That's not how the burden of proof works. It's not how our justice system works. This list, while full of robust facts, still doesn't paint a picture of any wrongdoing. It is in the realm of circumstantial evidence. $10 million over here, $10 million over here, they must connect. But investigators never found the connection. They never found the $10 million flowing in to Trump's bank account. And therefore, this is circumstantial evidence and not rock solid, provable anything. But luckily, when we have this, that's what investigations are for. Soon after Trump takes office, the Department of Justice launches an investigation. Because remember, this is when the CIA told them that, quote, El-Sisi signed off on giving Trump $10 million. This was concerning intel, and it was happening at a time, if you remember, that there was a lot of concern about foreign interference in American democracy. A lot of that focused on Russia. That was public, that was a big thing. We all talked about Russia, foreign interference. But at the same time, there was this investigation happening into whether Egypt helped buy the 2016 election. It was all happening quietly in the background because it was pretty sensitive. We're talking about potential bribery of a sitting president. So the FBI and investigators are looking into this, trying to find evidence of potential wrongdoing. Meanwhile, President Trump takes office and starts to do exactly what he kind of promised he would do when it came to Egypt. He invites El-Sisi as one of the first guests to the White House. He calls him, and this is a direct quote from someone who was in the room at the G7 summit in France, quote, "My favorite dictator." God, Trump. Boy, my favorite dictator. And then, remember how Egypt had been cut off by the Obama administration of like $1.4 billion of military aid? Trump unfreezes that money, and it starts to flow to El-Sisi, not for anything in return, just give El-Sisi the money. And this was against the advice of his first Secretary of State, who said, like, this is not a good idea. And Trump's like, yes, it is. $1.4 billion to Egypt. Now listen, if, big word, if, put if on the screen, if El-Sisi had bribed Trump with $10 million to help get him elected, then his investment is paying off. He is benefiting a ton from a Trump presidency. Now, we don't know if he did. We don't have any direct evidence that he did. But if he did, pretty good investment. So while this is all happening, the FBI and federal investigators continue to try to find a link. $10 million leaving Egypt, did it ever enter Donald Trump's bank account somehow? To find this out, they took the investigatory step of requesting Donald Trump's personal bank records. They were going to look at them to find large transactions to see if $10 million showed up sometime before the election. So let's get a calendar out here. The FBI requested records spanning May to November 2016, the months leading up to the election. But guess what? They didn't find anything. They found no suspicious deposits from foreign entities of $10 million. So then they decided to go look at the Egyptian bank and get their records. And they fought in this massive battle that is wild and it's detailed in the Post's investigation because the Egyptian bank didn't want to give over their records. They're like, no, we're not going to give over our records because that would, quote, wreak havoc on American foreign policy, possibly alienating U.S. allies, undermining diplomatic efforts, and inviting reciprocal treatment. Jeez. what's in these records, Egyptian bank? Like, what is in these records that's going to topple American foreign policy? So this epic court battle goes down. There's like a secret investigation and court thing happening in D.C. It goes all the way to the Supreme Court. And finally, the Egyptian bank has to surrender the records. And this is how we learn about the big transfer in US dollars that happened from the Egyptian bank in cash. They didn't know about this before. But the investigators noticed something weird about all of these records that they got from the Egyptian bank, which is that other than that tiny handwritten note that said, put $10 million in 2 bags and 4 guys are gonna come pick it up, they felt like something was missing. And I'm gonna quote directly from the Post here, it's just so clear. They found that the bank, quote, had not turned over a single email of that enormous same-day transaction, the $10 million of cash, and that the lack of any internal communication on such a huge sum of money, same-day transaction, was unthinkable. The U.S. prosecutor who was heading this case continues with, it strains credulity that the bank kept such a stockpile of U.S. dollars on hand, let alone that it was able to be gathered up in less than 24 hours. Translation? The bank probably didn't give over all their records. Like, really, there was no other like emails being like, hey, there's gonna be a $10 million transaction from this bank branch near the airport. So they're probably missing some records, but they did get that handwritten note that talked about the $10 million transfer in cash 5 days before the inauguration. January 15th, let's get back to the calendar. Now remember, the FBI had access to Trump's bank records from May to November 2016. So if the $10 million was going to the Trump campaign, the FBI wouldn't see it because they only had Trump's records up to November 2016. Okay, well that's easy, says the FBI. Now that we have new information about this $10 million transfer from Egypt, let's just get a wider set of records from Trump's bank. Something after January 15th so that we can see if some $10 million deposit shows up there. This is like standard investigatory procedure. One FBI agent told the Post that if this were any other investigation, they would have a justification to get these records, quote, in a heartbeat. But because this wasn't any other investigation, this was investigating the finances of a sitting president, they would have to ask their boss for permission. And who is their boss? This guy, Bill Barr.
Bill
and here's where the
Barr.
investigation starts to deteriorate, unfortunately. Bill Barr was appointed by Donald Trump to be the Attorney
this right
General.
here.
That's the head of the Department of Justice, the top law enforcer.
I just find it crazy that he did everything he could to help Stonewall. I mean he's Trump's like government attorney, so I mean I don't like knock him for it, but yeah, the moment anything like that would have came to like his desk, yeah, he would have immediately killed for sure. I wonder what excuse he's gonna use for it. If I recall correctly, I think when some of the reporting said that he's just he kept on having the FBI follow back with him on anything that they found, and then like made sure to kill it by like just basically like restating that there just wasn't enough information there to justify continuing to go with the investigation, and for obvious reasons, right? So I don't know. I don't know. It's all a little crazy to me. Although, unfortunately, right, so far, even with everything that they've said so far, nothing that strikes me as like definitive. But there's enough cause to definitely be like, we should look into this more often. If we can find if we can find like the sudden deposits, then hey, then that'll be that. That's it, right? There's no more boxes out here. Okay, cool. Because I do think, see, at face value, I would have said that this is just probably just be dropped at this point. But if Harris was to win, I do think this should most certainly be reopened. Because at this point, like, Trump's already cooked anyway. Like, if Trump loses this election, like, he's gonna, like, those other court cases are going to catch up with him. I would be more so interested in just like what Egypt did and how they went about doing it, and able to like transfer such a large amount of money to somebody as high a profile as somebody running for president of the United States. That I think is most like, I wouldn't really care too much about Trump himself. I'd be more interested in just like the Egyptian government's actions and what we need to do about that versus Trump himself. That's the only reason why I would like want it to be reopened, more so on the Egyptian government than for Trump. But of course, obviously, he'd get the business as a result of like violating the finance laws. But at least with that, we sanction the hell out of Egypt and make sure they understand that that's shit that they can't do, or any foreign government at that matter. All right, let's play back the video.
Of America. Bill Barr can reasonably be considered a Trump ally. You may disagree with me on this, and if you do, please say so in the comments. I'd love to hear your rebuttal to what I'm about to say. His job is to keep the president legal and honest, and yet what he showed during his tenure is that he would often side with Trump. He would undermine investigations against him, and he even stoked fears of voter fraud in 2020 without real evidence, though he did eventually come out and affirm that the 2020 election was not stolen because there's no evidence that it was. But yeah, the guy's a Trump ally. And the big question is, why does the president get to appoint the person who is supposed to keep him legal and honest? Well, the American system is not perfect, and there's also other special sort of controls on how we keep the president honest, even if this guy's biased and political.
Hey, Murad, it's great that you're back. Hope you're doing all right. It is good morning indeed. Super late for me.
Anyway, I'm not
early
going to
for
go into
you.
that's a story for another day. The point is, Bill Barr, we can say is a Trump ally, and he is the boss of all these people who are investigating the Trump-Egypt connection. So he hears about this investigation. He hears that the agents want to expand the amount of bank records that they can get on Trump so that they can see if there was a $10 million deposit after the cash left Egypt. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it one bit. He goes to the FBI director and he says, hey, you need to, quote, impose adult supervision on these agents who are, quote, hell-bent on getting a wider range of Trump's records. Adult supervision. Yikes. That doesn't sound good. Barr starts voicing doubt about the actual agents who are working on this investigation and starts to...
What was you was doom scrolling last night? What did you look at? Besides that, life is good. I just feel a little sad. Oh man. Well, talk to me, fam. What was the topics you was looking at doom scrolling yesterday? I am definitely interested in hearing about this for sure. Only got a couple of minutes to this video, so as soon as it's done, we could definitely go through it.
Question whether or not there's even enough evidence to continue the investigation. Now, a note about the agents. If Bill Barr is politically appointed and potentially marred by political bias, the investigators in this case often are not. They are career employees of the department. They are there because they are good at their job. They have shown that they're committed to the values of justice in America. They've not...
Oh, so chat history with old friends? Like, was we talking like good memories, like missing them, some of those bad memories, like maybe some bad arguments or maybe some bad news, like somebody's doing this or becoming that kind of stuff?
Risen because they have garnered favor with some political person, at least not as much as political appointees. Politics is in everything. It's impossible to escape it. But these career investigators have different incentives, and these career...
And then I checked the logs with my ex, and it just went downhill from there. Jesus Christ. You obviously don't have to share anything about the ex. You could just give a general sense, though. We're talking like, are we talking like it's more so missing the past life, or just like crazy how what things could have been, or how things were?
Career investigators felt strongly that this investigation needed to continue, that they had evidence, that the next logical step was to get a wider range of Trump's records so they could see if this $10 million shows up. And they are met with more and more resistance by Barr and other Trump-appointed leaders within the Department of Justice. This drama, this tension, which was all happening in secret, is now thoroughly documented in this Washington Post investigation. I recommend that you read it because the Post interviewed like dozens of these people who were in the room, and it paints a picture that is very clear. The political appointees didn't want this to happen. It all comes to an end when Barr kind of suddenly replaces the prosecutor who was working on this case with someone who was more aligned with him. And he almost immediately pumps the brakes on this investigation. He halts it. A few months later, Barr replaces that person with a new prosecutor who then sends out an email with the subject line, Egypt investigation. The Post looked at this email, verified it, and it states that, quote, based on review of this investigation, we would be, quote, closing the above matter with no conviction or indictment. So it was over. That was it. Whether or not that $10 million from Cairo ended up in Trump's world, and whether or not Trump knew that that $10 million was coming, and therefore he gave $10 million to his campaign, knowing he would get paid back. Whether Trump's actions as president, actions that greatly benefited Egypt, were the result of this money influencing his decisions, we will probably never know. any of this. And in the eyes of the career prosecutors working on this, because the mechanism through which we know things, investigation, was shut down too early and through politically motivated bias. Now, that's my read. I'm going to make it very clear that's my read on this. You should read the accounts of these prosecutors who felt like it was shut down too early. My read, my connection is that it was done by a Trump ally for politically motivated reasons. And so all we're left with is this: a list of some rock-solid facts that look pretty fishy, but nonetheless are not rock-solid evidence of wrongdoing. In 2021, a new administration came into the White House. They could have reopened this investigation and seen it through properly. And yet the new Attorney General wasn't briefed on this until a year later. But by then, it had been more than 5 years since those 2 bags of cash were filled with $10 million in Cairo, meaning this thing called the statute of limitations had expired. It was too late. They couldn't actually prosecute this. The Post reached out to the Trump campaign, and in reply, they said, quote, "The Washington Post is consistently played for suckers by deep state Trump haters and bad faith actors peddling hoaxes and shams." Okay. And then, just recently, in September 2023, New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez was charged in a case that alleges that he used his political influence to benefit Egypt in exchange for cash, gold bars, and other luxury items.
He accepted these gifts from businessmen acting on behalf of the Egyptian government.
He was bribed by Egypt. Like, we know Egypt does this. I mean, we could add this to the circumstantial list. Egypt likes to bribe people. Okay, to end this, I just want to make it crystal clear, like crystal clear, that I am not saying that Donald Trump or anyone in his campaign should be convicted or found guilty for a crime in this case. It is so tempting to connect all the dots here and just say like, well, yeah, clearly he did something wrong. It all adds up. But we just can't. That is not how justice works. Trump must be presumed innocent until there's sufficient evidence to prove otherwise. But to me, there's still something condemnable here, which is that a group of political appointees were able to shut down an investigation that career prosecutors said should not be shut down because there were further investigatory steps to take, rational, reasonable steps that they would have taken on any other case. But in this case, they couldn't. That's the travesty here. To me, that's not justice. That's politics. So with that, I want to leave you with a strong recommendation to read the full investigation from the Washington Post. There's more detail in there that sheds light on how this went down. And I'm grateful for the reporters who spent the months and months uncovering this because it brings it to light. Maybe if we see this and understand it and talk about it, it'll be less likely to happen again.
Let me do that, and let's see what we got here. What's your goal with the channel? You looking for growth, or you just trying to keep it low-key as a hobby? I'm kind of in between with it, if I'm being quite honest. It's not that I don't care about growth per se, but I do enjoy doing it just because I do enjoy learning new stuff and then just sharing the stuff I learned with people. But yeah, I guess you could say I'm kind of like in between with it for right now. Plus, I tend to be fairly busy with my own stuff I got going on personally. That's wouldn't be quite ready to like make the jump to like fully going all in on a bunch of the streaming stuff quite yet. But you know, it's a work in progress. So, with that being said, though, all right. So now that we've looked at that video, I think we got enough information to start talking back with our AI about some things. So I'm actually going to bring them back in just a moment. Let me just clean up something here in my supermarket. Don't think. Yeah, I don't know why you're just standing here, but that's just because I probably moved you. All right, clean that. On there. All right. Okay. So earlier today we talked about it. We talked about GDP, and then we did talk a bit about manufacturing. Probably want to talk about unemployment next in just a moment. Yeah, everything looks good. I don't see anything else going on. So let me just put you over here and let me set you up. You should do category hopping. You should do category hopping. The Pullis category is really dead. Pretty sure you can get more views by putting Supermarket Simulator in the category. Sure. Let's change categories. If I could. Come on. We'll do that right now. This is not the browser I want here. I have a new mouse that is on its way. I should hopefully get it sometime next week, and for the life of me, I can't wait. All right, I'll just bring you back over here now. Let me. Yeah. Click on that. Hold on. I got like 4 different places I gotta change the category in. So it'll take me a second here. Okay. Supermarket. Isn't this, I think this particular game is called Supermarket Together, if I'm not mistaken. Bro, why, I was just saying, like, why is it? There we go. Supermarket Together. Let me save that. That's for one place. Can I come over here? Hold on. Nothing crazy happening. Everybody's still doing their thing, so that's good there. So get together. Okay, cool. We are. Alright, so those both look good. Now let's go over here. So that's both YouTube streams. Do the quick stream here. Supermarket Together. So I will probably play this a few more times while I'm at it. Okay. And last, now we can do Twitch. And oh no, I lost my chat guy. Hold on. There we go. All right. Let's get to here. All right, and there we go. All 4 streams are now updated. Cool. Supermarket looking great. I know. I've been trying to keep it together. It's like, what are y'all doing over there? Let me just. All right, let's do a touch up, and then I'm gonna bring my AI back into the fray of things, and then we can go from there. Sheesh. Can I click? There we go. All right, so you're clean there. Okay, I don't see anything else. But I need to add like a janitor category. I'm tired of like picking up after these people. Just okay, nothing like that. I'll just leave the broom in my hand in case I need it. But with that being said, now let me get my AI. I got the AC on like full blast. It's like 65 degrees. But my systems all feel nice and cool. Nothing crazy. So everything should be performing a little bit better. I'm freezing over here though. For sure. Man. So what I wanted to talk about, I already talked about GDP. We talked about GDP. We talked about manufacturing jobs. What else? I'm drawing a blank, and it's because it's already 3 in the morning. Glitching out on stream? What? The game is kind of glitching out on stream. Is it now? Hold on. Do we have any weird refresh rates? Huh. Let me try and put you in 50 hertz. Hopefully that helps, but let me see. Hold on. do want to fix that before I get started here, because once I start talking with this AI thing, my brain is gonna like start frying hard. Okay, I think it looks kind of good. Oh no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, definitely glitching quite a bit. Let's see if there's anything else I can do over here. Oh, why is there so much trash coming? Hold on. Okay, yeah, everything looks okay. Look good. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, you're right. That looks terrible. All right. Let me think about this for a second. Maybe if I bring the resolution down. Let's try this and see. Let me try and move around now and look and see what we're looking at here. I don't know why it's like glitching out like that. I'm like looking at it now. You know, it's like losing all the frames. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, can't be having that. So I think we're gonna have to probably just drop off the full screen. That's unfortunate. All right, so let me try this. So next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and drop out the full screen. I think that's my streaming computer doing that and not my, because on my desktop computer it looks perfectly fine, but that's crazy. Wouldn't be a big deal, but it's visually jarring. Well, yeah, no, I can't have it going crazy. Let me see what's going on. Okay. Let me check some things here on my end. So it's definitely my streaming computer, almost like with near certainty here. Let me see. Okay, what are we looking at? That. I turned hardware acceleration off. Oh my gosh. That looks like that were, I had to turn the hardware. Oh, nope. I saw that. Hold on. Okay, no, but it's making everything else lag like crazy. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Hold on. Let me pull my mouse back over here real quick. And let's let me put the hardware acceleration back on. Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it like struggling something terrible. All right, let's throw you back on. Hit OK. The worst part is, is that like my video decoding is only at like 90%. It's not even anything crazy. Well, I mean 90% is kind of crazy. I understand that, but like you can try restarting the game. Yeah, I can. I'll restart the game. But I think it's more so to do with my laptop than it does with the desktop computer. Cause like on my desktop, like the game is running perfectly fine. Like it's not lagging or anything. But I'm looking at it on my laptop, like the streaming part of it, and it's just it's going crazy. Resolution, my camera is at 4K. This is true. I will try lowering this down. I don't need me at 4K. Let me. I think I go into. Hold on. Let me go here. I gotta clear those lenses too when I get a chance. Man. Hold on. Let me see. Where's the little setting at? It's right here. Here it is. All right. Let's go from 4K. Let's just do 1920 by 1080. Is that it? Just set just like that now, right? Okay. So what I gotta do is I gotta close it. All right. So it's closed. And then I open it back up. Like so. Make sure that it took it. A camera at 720. Yeah, I could probably do that too. Oh, you know what? I gotta hold on. I gotta click back on the camera app on the phone here. So let me bring it back. There we go. Okay. And did it take that resolution? All right. Resolution is back down there. And yeah, let me see what, let's see 720. Oh, I'm trying to, okay. At rapid movement, it definitely breaks it. Let me step outside and see. Okay, yep, there we go. See, now it's starting to struggle. Okay, so I don't know what else. I don't know what else to do here. I'm dropping it down to 720. 720 look a little rough. I'll probably just need to like clean the lens a little bit, but let's do that. And all right, let's see. Okay, oh, did that work? Okay, I think we might be onto something. Let me see. What we're looking at. What we're looking at. Yeah. Okay, I think 720. 720 might have done the trick. Maybe. Okay. We are looking really good. Let me see. Crazy thing is that it didn't even change anything like from at least as far as my GPU is concerned. My GPU is still like at around 90% on the video decoding. Which is comical, I know. But let me do a quick lap here. Check how it looks on stream. And then I think we can get to it. Because I think as far as what I can see on the laptop, it's not breaking. Man, them boys are still restocking. All right, let's see. I saw that. But it looks pretty stable enough. It's definitely CPU side. Yeah, it's definitely stable enough. All right. Let me well, there's nothing else I can really do about it for now. CPU, I'm at about 70%. It's an i7 operating at about 3.5 gigahertz a second. Yeah, but my video decode is like right there at its limit. At about 90, it's like 97%. So it's gonna just like it's gonna spill over on occasion. I know it. It could probably use some more dedicated GPU too. This dedicated GPU in the laptop only has 4 gigs of dedicated memory. So as far as like the GPU, like actual RAM rise, I'm like 32 gigs. So I know that's not a problem. But all right. Without further ado, I'll bring our just check around real quick. Gonna bring our AI back into the mix here. But what I need to do first, just before bringing the AI back in, I just need to make a quick order. I just need to order some supplies. So let's take the cashiers off and put you guys on storage. Close for the day. So, because I just need to take the full screen off. I got to put it in horizontal for a moment to so I can actually see the order menu, unfortunately. But after that, after I just order the initial stuff, put it back full screen, we'll cut our AI on, and then we'll be good to pick it back up. I'm so tired. It's 3 in the morning. I'm gonna try to make it to 4:30 before I go to bed. Oh cool. Everybody's having a nice little meeting and looking at the floor plan. I'm proud of you all. Okay, so let's let me drop you out of full screen. Oh yeah, you're already out of full screen. Right. Let me shrink you for a second here so I can grab that. I need to bring it on my horizontal desktop. Do a quick change here. Cool. Now we'll come back here and I should be able to now actually see the menu. Cool. All right, what am I ordering? I'm looking at everything I need to order. I guess I'll get one more box of that. Let's get 2 boxes of this. Let's try 2 boxes of this. And then we won't order salt no more. 2 boxes of that should do. 1. 2 boxes of this. 3 boxes of that. 3 boxes of that. 3 boxes of that. 2 boxes. 3 boxes of that. 3 boxes. 2 boxes. 3 boxes. 2 boxes. Why not? And then this stuff here. Yeah, so this stuff we need a lot of. We're gonna spend the rest of our money on this. So let's just box this stuff until we're out of money. Okay, I only got a couple of hundred left, so I wanna go for these 2. Yes. That should be enough. Yep, that's like right there on the money. Just about. All right, let's buy. I don't even know if I have enough storage space for all that, but we'll see. All right, cool. Now we can go ahead, get her back on full screen. Come on, full screen. Come on, mouse, I mean. All right, full screener. And she should be back to it. Man, look at all those products. Just dropping from the sky. Why does this look like this is... Why does my screen look like it's like way bigger? Hold on. I feel like I can't see as well. Hold on. Let me just change. I wonder if that was just cause. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's way better. I don't know what that was. I think. Maybe I'm just crazy. Yeah. Okay. This is why I hate keyboard. Alright, move these in and go ahead, we'll get started. So now, what am I gonna ask? What topic am I gonna talk to the AI about though? Because we just did GBP, we just did immigration, we did manufacturing. I guess we can go a little bit deeper in it. Immigration. Yeah, probably immigration. I think probably immigration. You'll probably talk. Yeah, I'm thinking immigration. Immigration is probably going to be the thing to talk about. For sure. Alright, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about immigration. Wait, why are you here? Just randomly. Oh yeah, I'm almost out of space. Come on, mouse. Stop messing with me. It's fine. They could just all just sit there for now. Once That's what I'm looking for. Once I tell them to start restocking, we'll get more squares or more space. All right. No, what it? Come here. All right, almost there. We're almost there. So no, we'll have no more space. All right, 2 more boxes. I'll just throw these straight in like one of these things over here. Let me see. Here, you can go there. And grab that. Nothing else out here. Nothing else is out here. Okay. All right. Let me just dump them where I can find them real quick. Okay. Put you there. Put you there. And yeah, you're just gonna have to sit there for now. I will let you guys go ahead and get your restocking. Cool. All right, nice. Everybody's at work. Why do I feel like I'm missing a 4th person? Oh no, you're both over there. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Let us bring our little AI into this. Come here. Jump onto my phone. Make sure the camera's still good. Okay, camera looks still good. All right, let's reconnect. Hey, Jeffrey, I want to start talking about immigration. Do you have a moment?
Absolutely. I'm ready to discuss immigration whenever you are. What specific aspect would you like to focus on?
Well, again, maintaining the context behind Trump versus Kamala Harris. What I do want to know, though, is first, let's start with like some foundational stuff regarding like immigration crossings. So my understanding is that the Trump administration likes to use the border encounters as a number to kind of like discuss the illegal immigration problem. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. The Trump administration often cited the number of border encounters or apprehensions as a key metric to highlight the illegal immigration problem. These encounters refer to the number of times U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, officers or agents come into contact with individuals attempting to cross the border illegally or presenting themselves at ports of entry without proper documentation. Using these numbers, Trump's administration argued that high levels of encounters indicate a failure to secure the border and enforce immigration laws. They viewed reducing these numbers as a sign of effective border policy and enforcement. It was a way to quantify the scale of the problem and justify the need for stricter border security measures, such as building the wall, increasing patrols, and implementing policies like the Remain in Mexico program.
But isn't it like not as accurate to use like the border encounters or apprehensions? Because my understanding is that the border encounters like would include people that are ultimately denied entry into the United States, but they will still be part of that number. Is this correct? And what about does this also include like also the border encounters that like on the Canadian border as well? And would it also include maybe like the airport's port of entries as well, or is there like a different number for that?
You're right. Using border encounters as a sole metric has its limitations and can be misleading in certain contexts. Here's a breakdown of what these numbers include and why they might not give the full picture. 1. Southern border focus. The term border encounters most commonly refers to the U.S.-Mexico border, where the vast majority of illegal crossings and asylum claims occur. These numbers are often used to gauge the scale of illegal immigration at this particular border. While there are encounters at the Canadian border and airports, those are typically reported separately and are much lower in comparison. Multiple attempts. The numbers can include individuals who make multiple attempts to cross the border. If someone is apprehended, deported, and then tries again, each attempt is counted as a separate encounter. This can inflate the numbers and make the situation appear worse than it is in terms of unique individuals trying to cross. Includes denied entries. Yes, border encounters include people who are denied entry at ports of entry but are not necessarily trying to cross illegally. This includes people who present themselves at a legal port of entry without the proper documentation and are turned away. These individuals are counted in the statistics, but aren't necessarily the same as those attempting to cross the border illegally. Airports and other ports of entry. Encounters at airports and other ports of entry are generally tracked separately and reported as inadmissibles. These are people who arrive at legal entry points, such as airports, but are denied entry for various reasons, such as visa issues or security concerns. While they're part of the broader immigration enforcement picture, they are not typically included in the same border encounter statistics used to discuss the southern border. Impact of policies. The use of border encounters as a metric can be influenced by specific policies in place. For example, under Trump, policies like Remain in Mexico and Title 42, which allowed for rapid expulsions due to public health concerns, reduced the number of people allowed into the U.S., potentially increasing the number of encounters due to repeat attempts. In summary, while border encounters are a useful indicator of activity at the border, they don't capture the full complexity of the immigration issue. They can be influenced by repeat attempts, include people who are simply turned away at ports of entry, and don't necessarily reflect unique individuals trying to enter the U.S. illegally. This is why relying solely on this metric can sometimes paint a misleading picture of the situation at the border.
So, would it be my understanding then that there's a really high likelihood that the Trump administration then is, or at least the Trump campaign, are trying to exacerbate the illegal border crosses than what they really are? Is there any estimations as to like what the true number of illegal border crossings are actually kind of projected to be?
Yes, it's quite possible that the Trump administration and campaign used the border encounter numbers to emphasize the scale of illegal immigration, which can be somewhat misleading. These numbers are often presented as a way to highlight the need for stricter border security and immigration policies. However, as we discussed, they include multiple attempts by the same individuals, those denied at legal ports of entry, and other complexities that might inflate the perceived severity of the issue. Estimating true illegal crossings. 1. Difficult to measure. Estimating the true number of illegal border crossings is challenging because it involves not just those who are apprehended, but also those who successfully cross undetected. There is no precise way to measure this got-away population accurately. 2. Got-away estimates. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, does track gotaways, individuals who cross the border illegally and are observed but not apprehended. However, this number is still an estimate and does not include those who cross completely undetected. It's an important piece of the puzzle, but it's not comprehensive. 3. Surveys and studies. Some studies attempt to estimate the total number of illegal entries using survey data and statistical models, but these can vary widely and depend on many assumptions. For example, a study might look at the number of people who lived in the U.S. without documentation at a particular time and try to back calculate how many must have crossed illegally in the past. 4. Impact of policy changes. Policy changes, such as increased border security, can also influence the number of illegal crossings. For example, stricter policies might deter some crossings, but also encourage others to make more dangerous attempts to avoid detection. In summary, the actual number of illegal border crossings is likely lower than the raw border encounter statistics suggest, due to the reasons we've discussed. However, the difficulty in accurately estimating undetected crossings means we don't have a clear-cut number. The use of inflated or misleading statistics can certainly serve political purposes, highlighting a perceived crisis to justify certain policies or campaign promises. But in reality, the true scope of illegal crossings is nuanced and influenced by many factors beyond just the encounter statistics.
Okay, so then from the standpoint of the Trump campaign, can you give me your best possible argument for why they prevented the border bill from passing in Congress? I understand that it would have gave, I guess, Biden a political win in terms of actually doing something on the border, but like, wouldn't it just been overall just a great benefit to have had more border agents and newer technology at the ports of entry to like stem the flow of like drugs and stuff?
From the Trump campaign's perspective, here's the best possible argument for why they opposed the border bill in Congress, even though it included additional border agents and technology upgrades. 1. Focus on strong, immediate enforcement. First, the Trump administration prioritized strong and immediate enforcement measures over incremental reforms. Their view was that without first securing the border and sending a clear message that illegal entry would not be tolerated, additional resources and technology would be like putting a Band-Aid on a much larger wound. The bill, in their eyes, didn't address the core issues of loopholes in the asylum process or create sufficient deterrence to prevent illegal crossings. They believed that adding more agents and technology without closing these legal loopholes would only be a temporary solution, not a lasting fix. Avoiding amnesty and leniency. A key concern was that any comprehensive immigration bill, even one focused on border security, might open the door to what they viewed as amnesty or more lenient policies in the future. They were wary of any legislative compromise that could be used to expand paths to legal status for those already in the country illegally. Their stance was to avoid any slippery slope where concessions today could lead to broader legalization efforts tomorrow. Even if the bill was focused on security, they feared it could be used to leverage future concessions. Political strategy and leverage. Preventing the bill from passing was also a strategic move to maintain leverage. The Trump administration wanted to keep the pressure on Democrats to agree to a border security deal that included key priorities like wall funding and more stringent asylum laws. They didn't want to give up this bargaining chip for a bill that they believed didn't go far enough. From their perspective, passing a bill with limited reforms could make it harder to push for the broader changes they wanted in the future. Ensuring accountability. Another argument was that the Trump administration didn't trust that the additional resources would be used effectively without fundamental changes to the immigration system. They were concerned that simply increasing the number of border agents or deploying more technology wouldn't matter if there were no meaningful changes to the enforcement of immigration laws. They wanted to ensure that any new resources were accompanied by stricter laws and policies that would actually curb illegal immigration, not just manage it better. Fear of undermining Trump's message. Passing a bipartisan border bill could have diluted Trump's message of needing a strong, no-compromise stance on border security. It could have been seen as conceding to a more moderate approach, which didn't align with the hardline message that resonated with his base. By opposing the bill, Trump reinforced his image as someone who would not settle for anything less than total control over illegal immigration, which was a core promise of his campaign. So, while the bill might have had some practical benefits like more agents and technology, the Trump campaign saw it as insufficient without broader reforms and tighter restrictions. They believed that passing it would have been a short-term win, but a long-term strategic loss, potentially undermining their push for more comprehensive and strict immigration policies.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing then, so if they're going to inflate the amount of illegal immigrants potentially crossing the border by using numbers that can be misleading for one hand. And then they're also going to scuttle any actual real efforts to pass legislation to make the border stronger, because albeit even if it's like doesn't encompass everything that's in their eyes like really needed, at the end of the day it still provides additional funding. It adds more agents to the border, which would still be a net positive, will still help anyway. And then also like with the technology for like the drug machines and whatnot, like these are all still things that they could add on to later should they win the presidency. So if with these things in consideration, how can I really sit there to believe that Trump would be so much better on the immigration issue than once he becomes president? And then also too, if you can please only keep your responses short to like maybe to one at most 2 points to make, just so that the flow can move a little faster, please.
I understand your concerns. The argument from the Trump campaign would be that his refusal to compromise was about maintaining a strong stance on border security without settling for half measures. They believe that any concession could weaken their ability to push for stricter reforms later on. The focus was on ensuring that any policy changes were comprehensive and aligned with their long-term goals, rather than just taking incremental steps that they felt might not truly solve the problem.
That's just stupid. So here's my problem with that, just because of just the fact that like anything to be done to the border that would help protect American citizens from like this quote unquote like illegal like crime wave coming across the the borders, to me just sounds a bit crazy. And then furthermore, one additional issue I just have too is that, I mean, he was already president for 4 years. Why aren't some of these like more stricter things like actually done, especially when our party, the Republican Party, had control of both the House and Senate? It's just like all these different things in mind does not paint me a strong picture that he would he truly says what he means when it comes to like actually doing anything on illegal immigration. He just wants to milk it for whatever whatever political gains and benefits he can get for however long he can get it.
From the Trump campaign's perspective, they would argue that even with control of Congress, pushing through stricter immigration reforms was difficult due to internal party disagreements and resistance from Democrats. They'd claim that the establishment within both parties resisted some of his more hardline proposals, limiting his ability to enact the full scope of his agenda. They'd also argue that his focus on building the wall, increasing ICE enforcement, and implementing policies like Remain in Mexico were significant steps toward fulfilling his promises. While it wasn't the complete overhaul he wanted, they believe he made substantial progress despite the political obstacles. The campaign would say that a second term would allow him to build on these foundations and push through the reforms he couldn't achieve in the first term due to opposition and limited time.
So you mentioned that there was some internal strife in the party when it came to some of the more, I guess, harder stances that Trump was taking on immigration. Can you give me some examples of what any of that actually looked like?
One example of internal party strife was the debate over DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. Trump wanted to end the program, but many Republicans in Congress were hesitant to support this move without a clear plan for what would happen to the hundreds of thousands of people brought to the U.S. as children. There was significant pushback from moderate Republicans who didn't want to see these individuals deported without a legislative solution. Another instance was during the debate over the border wall funding. Even though Republicans controlled both the House and Senate, they couldn't agree on the level of funding for the wall. Some Republicans were concerned about the cost and the optics of shutting down the government over the issue. This disagreement led to a partial government shutdown in 2018 to 2019, which ultimately ended without Trump getting the full wall funding he wanted. These examples show that while Trump's base was enthusiastic about his hardline stance, he faced resistance from within his own party when trying to implement his more aggressive immigration policies.
So, in the case of DACA, so would it be my assumption then that DACA would be more popular with the general population than some of the other, I guess, like immigration programs and whatnot, since like DACA has to deal with like children that came into like the country illegally through their parents. I mean, obviously they wouldn't have had any choice in the said matter, and then of course, like growing up, all they would know is just like life in the United States. So I guess it would be kind of crazy to like deport them in a country that they essentially know nothing about and like never really had an established life at. So like wouldn't that be like one of the things I could point to then to say that like even though like Trump takes I guess a hard stance on illegal immigration, like he tends to like go about it the wrong way, since he did stop since he did stop the bill from like adding additional funding and agents into the border, and then like I guess with his past actions on trying to shut or trying to like kick the children out of the country. Are you guys done stocking yet?
Yes, DACA is
Oh, yeah,
generally more popular among the American public compared to other immigration issues. Polls consistently show that a majority of Americans, including many Republicans, support giving DACA recipients, often referred to as dreamers, a pathway to legal status or citizenship. The reasoning is exactly what you mentioned. These individuals were brought to the U.S. as children, know no other home, and have often integrated into American society, contributing as students, workers, and even members of the military. Critics of Trump's approach argue that his hardline stance on DACA contradicted public sentiment and failed to address the issue humanely. They see his actions as unnecessarily punitive and not aligned with the broader values of compassion and fairness. His move to end DACA without a legislative solution was seen by many as a misstep, especially when there was bipartisan support for protecting dreamers. In this context, Trump's focus on hardline enforcement while resonating with his base may seem counterproductive and out of step with the broader American public. His decision to stop the border funding bill and his attempts to end DACA without a clear alternative solution can be seen as missed opportunities to both strengthen border security and address humanitarian concerns in a balanced way.
I'm going to pause it for a second because now I have to think about this for a second here. I don't know. Immigration is like such a difficult thing to really like fully grasp on, just because like the numbers can be a bit all over the place depending on what it is you're really referring to. And then like there's just like a lot of the misleading stuff, like that Haitian thing is crazy. Like the bro, like this thing with like the Haitians, like it's eating the pets or committing crimes or causing accidents and stuff like that. I don't even know what to even say. Where's the product shelf at? Oh, there we go. It's like, bro, I'm like, why am I like not finding the right one? Like it's so crazy. Like I remember like the like what it was like when that whole pet thing was getting like really big. Like for example, like that photo that was floating around with what, like the Haitian or I mean I don't even know if it was really Haitian. It was just a black guy with a duck in his hand or a goose. And then like you come to find out that like the origin of that photo was because like the duck was actually hit by a car, so he was actually grabbing it and like moving it out the way. Bro, can I get perfect alignment, please? I need a new mouse so bad. I'm losing my mind. Come on. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. All right, let's go over here because we're about to start ordering like some more stuff. So we kind of. Let me get a little closer here so I can actually see what I'm doing. I guess having you flush with the wall will work. Oof. Can you? Yeah, you can't even fit right here. I guess it's good enough. Yeah, look, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, because we're about to order stuff now. We're about to order a new batch of products. So just like before, we gotta take it out of the portrait mode for a moment. Like that. So I can actually see the order menu properly. Okay, I don't see anything else here. Probably this. Let me see what we got. Because I don't understand why like I tend to run out of sodas so quickly. Let's do this. Yogurts tend to be like a soft point too. Just grab 2 of those. And yeah, so yeah, we ain't gonna have to order salt no time soon. Do that. Is my thing okay? Cool, my list is still there. Because what I want to do now is I'm gonna start ordering this stuff slowly, one at a time. Previous franchise nodes not acquired. What do you mean? What else do I need? Require dairy products and infusion. Oh, damn. So I gotta get the T2. Yeah. I guess get it, man. We'll get them both. We'll go to hard. Take it the hard way, right? How much is some of this stuff? Whoa, bro! Olive oil's $400. Bro, that's crazy. Okay, so this is what I need to do first. What we're going to do is let me order the other stuff first. Jesus, bro, I didn't know it was like that. Let me order this stuff first. That way, the stuff that comes next, we'll just be able to we could just put it straight on the shelves, because I know the workers would look useless. They're not gonna know what the hell to do. Bro, this tea is expensive too. Good lord. Okay, cool. So if it's only gonna cost me $1,500, I can get 2 of everything then, of these new items. That's crazy though. Good lord. Are y'all going to work storing? Okay, it looked like it. And then y'all stop because there's just no more places, I guess, to place stuff, huh? Definitely need some updates to this game, because I don't understand why why these computers do such a terrible job just trying to make sense of just putting stuff in the storage. Because what it is just like, you see, like once you put something here, like it changes like the little slot icon, and I think they're just programmed to like anything that has like, that's been like, I guess you can call it a pre-assigned slot for a product, is not gonna take it as available, so it just won't put anything there. So that's why they're not bothering to come out here to grab these boxes, just throw them in these empty squares. Okay, so all right. Let's see, nothing crazy going on the internet. Okay, so what I'm gonna just do is, as soon as I set up the new products and put prices, and I'll full screen this back and then re-engage with the AI. If I didn't have the portrait bug, like it'd be a little bit faster or smoother, but you know, I guess it is what it is. All right, cool. So product order, So order that stuff. Yeah, see, because I know you're not gonna do anything. For the, just take care off. Okay. So now we got tea. You know what? Yeah, you know, we'll put these over here. Get it? That is true. Let me actually start with this shelf over here first. Or better yet, no, actually I will start with this. Move. Okay, there we go. We'll start with this over here. Okay, so we got green tea. What's this? Lemon tea. No more slots, right? Black tea, right? We already did black tea. I just need a couple. Mint tea. I mean, I think that's it, right? Yeah, that's it on this shelf here. So I need 2 rolls. For now, anyway. Flour. Okay, 2 rows is not. I don't have enough space for 2 rows. Come on, brain. Ketchup. Do I have enough to, like, I think I have enough to be able to buy 1 more shelf, but I mean, I guess with 2 people stocking, I guess I can go down to 1 shelf, but still. Yeah, because this isn't gonna work. Okay, so a shelf only has... Oh, what is this? Oh, this is a refrigerated item? Oh, that's not good. Oh, damn. How much does a fridge cost? I did not know that. Double fridge is 600. A basic fridge is 350 though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would just be more product. Hold on, come on. Come on, hold on. Okay. We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to do that. I'm gonna leave this right here because I don't know if I want to do 2 shells with that yet because I don't know what else needs to be refrigerated. Okay, this is also margin, so you could just go back over here. God knows I hate the keyboard with a passion. Okay, so here's sliced bread. Although, yes, it did just... Also just means that now I can't do 2 shells of everything, so I'm gonna have to just stick with 1. We got olive oil. And just like that, I'm out of shelf space. How much did these shelves cost again? Product shelf was $250. We gotta go with a product counter. We're gonna convert the product counters. We're gonna have to. How big is this product counter? Because they just hold more, I think. Well, I mean, they have more slots. Okay, because I don't want to spend too much time just trying to figure out products, man. Okay, so we're gonna have to drop it down to 1 shelf. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop it all down to one shelf. Oh yeah, it's already one shelf over here. Cool. Come on. What am I stuck on? Like, bro, stop it. Okay, what's this? Pepper. Okay, so we got pepper. I'm gonna have to get those teas at some point. Okay, we got pepper. We already got salt. Okay, cool. Okay, I don't understand. What am I getting stuck on? Alright, we're almost there. Okay, and this is okay, so this is a tea. Okay. So we'll put that here for real quick. Where's one of those black teas? It's pepper, sliced bread, olive oil, right here. Wait, are these like different kinds of teas? Oh, did I never do tea? I never did tea to begin with. Okay, I'm gonna leave you there. I'm gonna put you there because we need to get those two other teas like out of here. Mint. Wouldn't it be crazy if it's just lying to me, telling me that that's a tea when it's not? Oh, it's over here. Okay. There we go. I guess I'll do the flour too. I didn't realize just how many different products I got, and I like that this mod actually added the little highlighting thing because that was super convenient. It made it things a little bit easier for me. It's this right here, green tea. Okay. Alright, cool. And then I just need to figure out where do we put the other one. I truly do not remember. Oh, it's right here. Lemon tea. Yep, I see right there at the bottom. Okay. All right, now we're good. Now we can let's put those other two, and where did I just take this one from? Over here. All right. All right, because I'll leave it to whatever to stock them when I get a chance. Okay. Alright, is there nothing else that needs to be refrigerated? Okay, so another thing of black tea. Cool. Another thing of pepper. Cool. Apple juice. Oof. Nope, not refrigerated. Okay. So okay, so it's the apple juice. So I got more. Is this okay? I don't think I've had this one out yet either. Peppermint. Okay, this is about to be a problem. The only other thing I can do is like maybe start taking some shells off of the other ones. Okay, yeah, we already put this one up there. Yep, I see the highlight. Okay. What else we got? Mint. We already have that out. Okay, cool. We might actually have all the products out already. Yep, we already have apple juice. Cool. Yep, we already have the peppermint out. Cool. All right, you guys can go ahead. Y'all can start restocking. Flour. Do we have flour out here? We do already have flour out here, so we're good in that regard. Okay. All right, cool. We can set prices and then we'll open up. And then hopefully as stuff's getting worked down, we'll be able to get rid of take it. All right. Oh yeah, so for the margin, okay, so I can actually do 2. All right. So it's good there. All right. All right, let's see what we got. So, oh, today's Friday, so everything I gotta redo prices on everything anyway. 280, 560, 560. That's at 209. So we'll say 417. Get it right there at the double. 417. 209, 417, 256. That's $5. We'll just make it 5 flat. Let's keep that simple. Slim cheese is what? 268, 4. That's 5. That's 536. So we'll do 535. Yogurt is $9, so $8.99. Fruit yogurt is almost $3. That's almost 6. So really that's like 5, like it's like 590, 592. So we'll say like 590. Okay. All right, sodas. What we got for sodas? 266. It's like, it's like my brain. The math is like, my brain is like messing with me. Okay, I know that's like 514, I think, right? No, 534. That would be 534. Right? Am I right about that? It's 534. It's got to be 534. 266, right? 12. No. Yes. Because then another 6 or 12, but with the 1 that's 3. Yeah. 5. It's got to be 532. If I think I said a different number. I don't know. My brain hurts now. 177. Jesus Christ. 2. So, I mean, that puts me at like 350. Let's just do 340 right now. I'm like, it's good enough, right? So we'll just make 7 flat. This one. And then what's this over here? Market price. $2. We'll say like 420. And then this last one down here, 266. That's, oh yeah. Then we just, oh yeah. I think, is this also cola down here? I guess so. It must be the same sodas. Oh yeah, it sure is. I'll keep that in mind, because I can sure like remove those. We could have removed those and put the margin in. I wouldn't have to have bought this stupid thing. That's all right. We probably needed another one anyway at some point. It's okay. But damn, I gotta redo prices for everything now. So slow part of the day. I'm gonna get that mod for just doubling the thing, because I can't do this. Because especially once you start adding more and more products, I don't want to go through this. I'm gonna get that mod. Oh, what is it? 182. So like 3. So we'll say like, yeah, we'll do like, it didn't go up by much. So I mean, we'll just say 380. 472. So that we're talking like 944. So say 940, right? Am I right? 4, 7, 14. Yeah. 8, 9. Yeah. Should be. Hopefully, if I did the math right. $1.04 should be $2.08. So $2.05, I guess. And then what we have here, we have tuna big. $3.95, almost $4. That's almost $8. Right? Nah, I'm tripping. Yeah, you're right. I'm tripping. It's $3.95. That gives me, this would be at 7. So, so I guess like what, like 790. Yeah, it's like 790. So let's say 789. Cola pack, $2.12. So we're talking, just do like 420. All right, cool. And then this other soda pack, $2.48. It's like $4.96, so $4.90. Okay. All right, new products. Let's see. This is what? $3.15. So what am I looking at this at? I know this is so boring. He's even putting me to sleep. That's how just terrible this is. And this AC is killing me. $3.15. So we're talking $6.30. Pepper, $1.50. That's 3. We'll just say $3 flat. Forget it, man. Bread, brain working on drive. Right, Rev. Like, I have such a headache right now. $2.28. So we're talking $4.56. So say $4.50. Olive oil. Olive oil is $10.21. So I'm gonna set the price to $20. We got inflation over here, all right? This is post-COVID for sure. $20 for a bottle of olive oil. Crazy. So crazy. Apple juice is $2.48. So $4.86. So just say $4.80. Mint is $2.19. So $4.38. So I'll just say $4.30. Bread, $1.99. So that puts me at like, what is it, like $3.98? Right? Let's say like $3.90. I think, right? Right? Yes, it should be. It should hopefully be. The goal is to keep it as close to being double the price, but not over it as possible. I don't know why they hate my peas over there, but it is what it is. Flour is $1.21. What do I want that for? I guess $2.40, right? Okay. Tuna, $3.95. Shit, I mean, this is already like set pretty good. I ain't gotta mess with that. Oh, is it because I just did it over there? Right. No, it's not. These are definitely different products, I think. Yeah, we'll just leave that one. That's fine. Okay, what's this one? Red beans, $1.92. Yeah, this one's already good too. All right, whatever. Cat food, $5.48, $49, $10. I mean, I guess that's like what, like 10 cents more. I mean, 40 cents more, but or whatever. $15. Yeah, like this is already set. Pretty good. Okay. Market price oh, that's why they won't buy it. I've misread this price. Crazy. $2.99, and I was charging I think like $7 at first. No wonder why they kept complaining about the peas. Jesus Christ, I was getting over on them. Brev. Okay, so let's make that like 6 flat, and we'll just call it a day. No, I'm tripping. See, I still about to get over on these boys. Let's just do 580. I'm not gonna even bother with the math anymore. My head hurts too much. Yeah, that's fine. 16, right? 84. Yeah, that's good. Salt still 61 cents. Cereal. So I guess we'll do 670. 197. $3 is fine. My brain hurt right now. Damn, bottom one up to 121, so we can do 240. Okay, we're almost there. We are almost there. $2.03. So $4.05. Right. Everything down to the penny. Okay, so let's see. Green tea. $2.99. What we just said? We just said we're just gonna do $5, right? Right. For now. My brain hurts too much for this. $3.89. Oh God. 6, 8, 9, 7. So $7.78. So $7.70. Market price $1.89. Why brain? Why? This is the same shit. It is just like they ain't on just $3.78. This one just be $3.72 then, right? Yeah, let's just do $3.70. Okay, $3.49. Okay, so we're talking $6.98. So I guess just $6.90. And okay, we're finally done. Yay. All right, now we just need to actually have those products stocked and we're good to go. Here. I'll put that there. Here, you guys can do the flour. Pepper. Bread. Somebody can do olive oil. Another thing of pepper. We'll just keep putting these out until are you taking it to the trash, right? Yeah, because except for her, because she just ran out of space. Okay, so sliced bread is full on the shelf over there. Okay. Well, good to know. Put you over there. Mint. Alright, so these mints and these teas should fit no problem. Apple juice. Oh yeah, the margin isn't gonna fit at all. I'll just put that up there. Okay. Peppermint should be able to go all out over there. Lemon tea. More peppermint. Yeah, see, no boxes outside, so they are, yeah, so they're filling up the shelf. Okay, put you there. Okay, so he's gonna like end up dumping that outside. So peppermint is full out there. Okay. So peppermint's full. Any apple juice? Flour. Okay, we know margin is good. All right, we're just about done. Then we can go ahead and get back to our AI. Oh yeah, we know ketchup definitely could probably go out there, right? Hell, I might as well go over here and do it myself. Okay, so I know ketchup will be able to grow up there at some point. Palo Alto. Okay, this all this looks good. I think that's enough. We're gonna need some stuff to like sell down. Let's start. Okay, so all right, man, your stations. 2 cashiers, 2 restockers, and all right, let's get you back full screened. Cool there. And let me get my AI bot. Ugh, I don't know. Anybody have any questions on what you want to ask the AI bot? Because my brain is like slowly phasing out. I'm pushing up my time to 5 o'clock is what before I cut this off. But if anybody got anything, we'll see. Isolationism? Oh yeah, like kind of pulling out global efforts. Let me ask him about Trump's ideas on isolationism. That's what we'll do. Hey Jeffrey, can you give me a a quick summary of Trump when it comes to his foreign policy? Particularly, I'm looking towards isolationism and like how that plays out with the Trump campaign.
Trump's foreign policy, often described as America First, leaned heavily towards a form of isolationism, focusing on reducing U.S. involvement in global conflicts and reevaluating international alliances. Here's a quick summary. Reducing military involvement. Trump aimed to pull the U.S. out of what he called endless wars, focusing on withdrawing troops from places like Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq. He emphasized the need to bring American soldiers home and reduce U.S. involvement in conflicts that he believed were not directly related to national security. Renegotiating alliances and agreements. He frequently criticized NATO allies for not contributing their fair share to defense spending and pushed for more equitable terms in trade agreements, such as renegotiating NAFTA into the USMCA. He withdrew the U.S. from international agreements like the Paris Climate Accord and the Iran nuclear deal, arguing that they were not in America's best interest. Tariffs and trade wars. His approach to trade was also isolationist in nature, focusing on protecting American industries through tariffs and trade wars, especially with China. He sought to reduce America's trade deficit and bring manufacturing jobs back to the U.S., even if it meant disrupting traditional trade relationships. Unpredictability as strategy. Trump's unconventional style, including direct meetings with leaders like Kim Jong-un, was meant to project strength and unpredictability. His approach was often transactional, emphasizing bilateral deals over multilateral agreements. Overall, Trump's foreign policy was characterized by a desire to reduce U.S. entanglements abroad and prioritize American economic and security interests, even if it meant disrupting traditional alliances and agreements. His supporters saw this as a refreshing break from the status quo, while critics argued it damaged U.S. credibility and influence on the global stage.
What results did that policy actually bring the United States, particularly the Paris Climate Accord as well as the Iran nuclear deal? If I recall correctly, like with regards to the Iran nuclear deal, once he actually killed that, then Iran began like doing a lot more enrichment for their nuclear facilities, if I'm not mistaken. And then with the Paris Accord, I mean, I understand that the Paris Accord, this will probably tie more so towards like his need for wanting to cut policy or cut regulations, excuse me. And so with that, since I still can't really tell like any like positive booms that have came from his policy gutting or regulation gutting with regards to the U.S. economy. What are some actual like tangible benefits the U.S. actually enjoyed from pulling out of those two agreements? Let's start with that.
Starting with the Iran nuclear deal. Withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. Intended goal. Trump withdrew from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action in 2018, arguing that the deal was flawed because it didn't address Iran's ballistic missile program or its support for proxy groups in the region. He believed that maximum pressure through sanctions would force Iran back to the negotiating table to agree to a more comprehensive deal. Result: after the U.S. withdrew, Iran resumed higher levels of uranium enrichment, breaching the limits set by the JCPOA. This increased regional tensions and led to more confrontations between Iran and the U.S., including the targeting of U.S. assets in Iraq and the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The situation became more volatile, and Iran's nuclear capabilities advanced beyond what was allowed under the deal. So, while the pressure campaign isolated Iran economically, it also pushed them closer to nuclear breakout capabilities. Withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. Intended goal. Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord, citing it as unfair to the U.S. economy and arguing that it would cost American jobs, especially in the coal and energy sectors, without holding major polluters like China and India to the same standards. His administration emphasized deregulation to boost domestic energy production and economic growth. Result: in the short term, the U.S. did see an increase in energy production, particularly in oil and natural gas, and Trump argued that deregulation helped boost economic growth and job creation. However, the long-term benefits are debated. Critics argue that the U.S. lost leadership on climate issues and missed out on potential green energy investments. While there were some economic gains in traditional energy sectors, there was no dramatic shift in overall economic performance directly tied to this move. Tangible benefits. For the Iran deal, the tangible benefit was the reassertion of pressure on Iran through sanctions, which crippled its economy, but at the cost of escalating regional tensions and pushing Iran to advance its needs.
Oh, it actually died. It just lost its connection. Let me... Hold on a second. Oh, dang, I only got 4 more. I was hoping it was going to empty the box. Hold on. I'm going to just... I can reestablish the connection, but what I want to do is let me just read what he was going to say. Oh, it was actually closely in right there. So let's see. So for the Paris Accord, the benefit was more ideological and short-term economic. It aligned with Trump's deregulation and pro-energy stance. Yeah, that's what I figured. Potentially supporting jobs in fossil fuels, but it didn't lead to a transformative boost in the economy or long-term gains. And the U.S. faced criticism for stepping back from global climate leadership. Overall, the potential benefits are more nuanced and limited, with critics arguing the costs outweighed the gains in both cases. This is exactly like how I kind of thought of it, because it didn't seem like we got anything of like real benefit. Bro, who's stealing in my store? Oh, he's trying to make a boyfriend. Hold on, bro. What you think? Bro, me my shit, man. Bro, what was you stealing? Some milk and some flour? Oh no, motherfucker! Don't you ever in your life get your sticky hands up in my shop again? All right, boy. I need a mod to let me just. Oh my gosh, man. What's it called? Illegal imprisonment? Boy, you be in that shop for days. All right? Get your ass out of here. I'm sorry I had to see that. All right? He tried to steal in my store. Okay? But let that just be a warning to y'all too, right? Go ahead and try it. All right, y'all gonna get this broom too. Bro, can I clean this? I'm getting tired of y'all littering up in my store too. That's another problem, but we ain't gonna talk about that later. Jesus Christ. All right. What was I sitting here talking about? See? Shit had me wired. let me reestablish my AI connection here. But yeah, like I don't even think we really got anything out of all that stuff he was doing. Like the trade war with China was like messing with the farms, and then like it also, I'm if I'm not mistaken, the tariffs like botched the whole manufacturing industry. Like he just kept losing manufacturing jobs over the years. Iran is closer to nuclear weapons, right? And like they're less, they're more likely to have, like I was saying, a breakout in nuclear technology now than they would have like if they had just stayed in the deal. Because the thing is too is that like there was in my mind a lot of long-term benefit to get out of that, but I think like I don't know. I really don't know what was his justification for it. I understand, like, obviously Israel hated the deal and whatnot, and maybe there could have been some Jewish pressure, I guess. Oh, hold on. Oh, you gonna be lucky. You gonna be lucky my mouse did. Oh, my God. I saw that too. Motherfucker littered in my store. Boy, I was about to break his legs. That's crazy. He did it right in front of me too. He lucky my mouse was just tripping. When I get this new mouse, boy, it's up for you boys, okay? Anyway, all right. Back to it, right? I don't understand like what his like train of thought was for killing that Iran nuclear deal. Because as far as a long-term benefit, the hopes would have been that like once Iran economically would have been doing really good, there would have been a lot more pressure on them to like continue to want to do really good, especially like with their population. Kind of like with the Chinese, like how like the Chinese are starting to have more protests, which is a little crazy because China is like pretty OD when it comes to their authoritarianism. Boy, I cannot say that word right for the life of me because my brain cells are like operating on nothing. But so it kind of goes with the strategy of like winning the hearts and minds of the people. So like you would have hoped that inspiring like economic growth and a better way of life for the Iranians would have like helped the Iranian people then start to rein in their own government, or like starting to like push more for like peace and stop with all of the terrorist stuff going on with, especially like with all of the other terrorist proxies and whatnot. But that was, in my opinion, right? That's my opinion of what like what was like the goal coming out of that, but coming from that deal. But we obviously won't know now because it's in the trash, and I don't think there's going to ever be anything like that again. The Jews definitely won't like it, so I don't know, man. I really don't know. Wow. Okay, some of the stuff is, we are going through some of this, so I think there's enough space now for me to just kind of throw everything in here, right? Because they all have at most 2 boxes, and there's 2 boxes out here. Space, so okay. So cool. So nice. All right, cool. Let me just check. Just make sure. All right. Yep. Still got plenty of tea on out there. Bread, pepper, olive oil, ketchup. Although they going through the ketchup though. We got some ketchup though. It's only 19 o'clock or 1900, so 7. It's about to be 8 o'clock. Let's clean that. Yeah. Okay. Everything looks good there. So, what else? I want to say that kind of like more or less kind of wraps it up on isolationism. Anything more on isolationism you want me to talk to him about, or like did you have like something else in mind? Go ahead, like give it to you. You can help me out because I'm about 20 minutes away from calling it a morning. My brain is hurting quite a bit here. Okay, nothing else going over there. Can I come on? There we go. And chat highlights. Bro, can you like, there we go. I'm thinking too, like what I want to ask him. So that was isolationism. What else? What other like crazy things was like Trump doing? You know what? We'll talk a little bit, and that actually should probably give me to like the end of like today's stream. And that's gonna be Trump's Muslim ban. That's what we're gonna talk about. Yes. Yes. Put my broom down and reestablish thy connection. Okay, Jeffrey. Now what I want to talk about is so regarding Trump's Muslim ban, although like his ardent supporters would sit there and tell me that it wasn't actually a Muslim ban. So I want you to explain to me what were the details of his bill, and I have a thief right now, but what was the details of his bill, and why was it not a Muslim ban?
The so-called Muslim ban was actually a series of executive orders and proclamations issued by Trump, officially referred to as the travel ban. Here are the key details.
A lot of shit.
1. Initial executive order, January 2017. The first version of the travel ban temporarily barred entry for 90 days to citizens from 7 Muslim-majority countries: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. It also suspended the U.S. refugee admissions program for 120 days and indefinitely banned Syrian refugees. The order was widely criticized and led to chaos and protests at airports. It faced legal challenges and was quickly blocked by federal courts, leading to revisions. Revised Executive Order, March 2017. The second version removed Iraq from the list, leaving 6 countries under the ban: Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. It included more specific criteria and exemptions, such as allowing entry for those with valid visas. This version also faced legal challenges, but was eventually upheld by the Supreme Court in a limited form. Presidential Proclamation, September 2017. The final version, often referred to as Travel Ban 3.0, was broader and included some non-Muslim majority countries. The list included Chad, Iran, Libya, North Korea, Somalia, Syria, Venezuela, and Yemen. This iteration aimed to be more legally defensible by including non-Muslim majority countries and offering more specific exemptions and waivers. The ban was based on security concerns, citing inadequate information sharing and vetting procedures from these countries. It was upheld by the Supreme Court in June 2018. Key points to note: national security rationale. The Trump administration argued that the ban was not a Muslim ban, but a security measure to protect the U.S. from terrorism. They stated that these countries were chosen based on their inability to provide adequate information for vetting. Criticism and opposition. Critics argued that the ban targeted Muslim-majority countries disproportionately and contradicted American values of religious freedom and non-discrimination. They pointed to Trump's campaign rhetoric, where he called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States as evidence of discriminatory intent. Legal and humanitarian concerns. The ban caused confusion and hardship for many, including families separated and individuals with valid visas being denied entry. Legal battles ensued, and while some aspects were upheld, others were blocked or modified through legal challenges. In summary, while Trump supporters argue that the ban was a necessary security measure, critics see it as a thinly veiled attempt to target Muslim-majority countries under the guise of national security.
So, in my mind, since he had to go through... Oh, great, you're going to interrupt me.
It seems like...
Stop it. So, in my mind, since he had to go through 3 different revisions of the ban before he could actually like keep it legal, it would be safe to say that he was actually doing his best to adhere to his campaign promise. Because I do remember him distinctly saying in the 2015 his campaign promise of banning Muslims from entering the country. So it looks like that was probably the case, and that now that he was able to, I guess, like make it legally defensible, which I do remember him adding like countries like North Korea, which I don't think we really had much people traveling into the U.S. from North Korea. back then. Would that be a fair assessment to make that he at the end of the day, the ultimate goal was to ban Muslims from entering the country legally, and then like once he just couldn't get around it, he just did everything he can to kind of just shroud it in legally justifiable national security concerns? Did you not hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you, but I'm here to respond to anything you type.
Okay, so what I was saying was, is it fair to say that Trump's Muslim ban was indeed his attempt to keep himself adherent to his campaign promise, as he did say during like his presidential run that he was going to ban all Muslims from entering the country? And so since he had to go through 3 revisions, and each revision was to basically kind of shroud the original attempt in more national security justifiable concerns or reasons, right, that it would be a fair assessment to say that in the end, he really was trying to just ban all Muslims from entering the United States. Is that fair to say? Okay, yeah, it's back now.
It's fair to say that many people interpreted Trump's travel ban as an attempt to fulfill his campaign promise to ban Muslims from entering the U.S., especially given his rhetoric during the campaign. His original statement in 2015 called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States, which fueled the perception that his later travel ban was an effort to deliver on that promise. The multiple revisions of the ban and the inclusion of non-Muslim majority countries like North Korea and Venezuela in the final version were seen by critics as an attempt to legally justify the policy and avoid the perception of religious discrimination. Each iteration aimed to address legal challenges and present the ban as a security measure rather than a religious one. So, while the administration argued that the ban was based on national security concerns, the context of his campaign statements and the initial focus on Muslim-majority countries led many to conclude that the intent was, at least in part, aligned with his earlier promise to restrict Muslim immigration.
Okay. So my next question I do want to ask is going to do with
Got it. If you have more questions or want to continue the discussion, just let me know.
Interrupted me. Hold on. I'm gonna pause you for a second, cause see, I messed up my train of thought. Now I can't even think of what I was about to ask, cause it was gonna deal with something along immigration. I don't even think I can even put this here. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll just leave the auto product here for now. Okay. So what I'm gonna want to do is. I don't even know if we're going to be able to find a box of... Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, we got one more day. We're going to do one more day, and then we're going to kill it for today. Yeah, so let me put you all on storage. Let's close shop. All right, we'll do day 20. All right, that's just because I just finished buying a bunch of I just finished buying a bunch of the shells, so that's why I'm on a negative right now. But cool, we haven't lost anyone in the route. She almost made it away, bro. She was trying to get a grip off of your man's. That was crazy, bro. She had like 6 loaves of bread, like 4 soda bottles. I was like, Jesus Christ, that was crazy. Hi Jigsaw. Another one of our cool bots that come by every so often. Well, I appreciate you bots because y'all give me a reason to use to show that hard work that I spent on doing that animation. So
you triggered my trap card.
every time I see it, it just it does something a little bit to the heart there, you know? Like, man, like I really did design that. The Among Us, the little Among Us like floating in space thing though, like that was off of a template that I had to also like tweak a little bit to get how I wanted it. But as far as like the trap card animation with the Among Us slow photo words and everything, yeah, I did that. That part was on me. All right. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to figure out I mean, I guess technically I can. There's 3 shells, so I guess technically I can put the other sodas in here. I guess. We already have 2 colas, so. Yeah. I mean, because technically this is what? This is 3. No, this is 4, really. So, I am... Yeah, I guess I'll have to do for now. Really, I'll have to do for now. Let me just put you over here so I know not to mess you up. Yep, so it's those colors, and then I'm gonna grab these guys and put you right here. Cool. So now I have an empty box. Now I can actually spread the stuff like I originally wanted. So, yep. Because this is all tea stuff here, so we're gonna do our 2 rows like we originally wanted. Because I have the space for it now. Come on, stop it. Alright, cool. Okay. Bro, if my mouse just stopped tripping, bro, I cannot wait for that mouse. I keep saying it because I got a nice mouse too. It's like it's a metallic mouse that like has like a cool alien theme to it, glows and whatnot. Oh, that's gonna be cool. All right, yeah. So 2 shells there. No, I put the flour back. Let's take this peppermint. Ah, man, running a shop is so much work. Yep. Okay, so then after this, cool. And then we can leave the 2 things of flour over there. And then the thing is, I'm gonna have to buy more shells at some point. That's the prep for the other stuff that's gonna start coming in. Okay, cool. That's that. Oof. Okay, so I'm stuck again. Jeez. Okay. You know what? I don't like red on these shells over here. Let's take these and let's put them. Let's get you. Yeah. Let's get you like right here. Okay, cool. So you got that. And yeah, then I guess I'll take the pepper. I'll just put you over here for now. Yes, I'll just throw you over here for now. Okay, cool. Whoa. Alright, and oh yeah, I gotta get the rest of these, of course. Alright, these are the last 2 items to move, because the other stuff will be released and move, and then that'll be that. Cool. Alright. Get you here. And then we take this. Get you there. And alright, everything's good there. So now all we gotta do is just, I'm gonna tell them boys to stock up. And let me just go ahead and put this in the recycle. Okay, yeah, let me tell them boys to start stocking. Well, yeah, storage first. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna order. I'm gonna order. Alright, so let's order. No full screen. Let's order the stuff. Get the stocking. And then we're good for our very last day before we kill the stream. Come on. What's this? I don't want it quite that large. Like that. There we go. All right, put you back here. All right, let's see where we got, because we got $3 grand. So, you know, that's a good point. Probably should probably order 2 more. Can I get away with 2 more? Storage shelf. Yeah, it's $600. I can get away with it. It'll work. Come on. Come on, you hoe. Boom. Alright, yep, that was $600. But now we have like blank spaces. So alright, let's see what I guess we can start. I don't want to do like one of everything, but I guess just like anything that's like look like we could probably order a few more of in this regard. But then the new stuff for sure, right? I'm gonna try and get 3. I might not make it. Okay, we're gonna have to do 2. Yeah, we're gonna have to do 2. Anything in this? Nope. Still got plenty of those. Yeah, still got plenty. Probably this one. Okay, so still get 2 of those there. One of that, and then infusions and the teas. These boys here. I don't think I'm only going to be able to get one of these. I guess this one. Yep. All right, and there we go. Let's go ahead, put her back in full screen. Like so. All right. There should hopefully be enough. Okay, maybe not. There might not be enough. Might not be enough space. We'll see. We'll have to look and see. Maybe. They might. No, I doubt it. I doubt they're going to be able to. They're not going to put it all away. There's no way. There's just no way. Let's stay here, look and see. I really doubt it. Okay. What's the last thing I want to talk about my AI with? Any suggestions? Let me think about this for a second. don't know. I don't know what I want to. Any ideas? So definitely, we was talking about the Muslim ban for sure. I guess I could ask him like, cause I know whatchamacallit. What's this guy's name? Tatum. I'll always use Obama as a comparison to it, so I guess I can ask him about that and see if Obama had anything. Could you tell me if there was anything similar to Trump's Muslim ban during Obama's presidency? Oh shit, they actually did do it.
During Obama's presidency, there wasn't a direct equivalent to Trump's travel ban, but there were some actions taken that involved restrictions on travel and increased scrutiny for certain groups, which Trump supporters sometimes point to as a precedent. 1. Iraqi refugee ban, 2011. In 2011, the Obama administration paused the processing of refugee applications from Iraq for 6 months. This was in response to the discovery that 2 Iraqi refugees living in Kentucky had been linked to terrorist activities in Iraq. The pause allowed for a reevaluation of the vetting process and the implementation of more stringent background checks. While this wasn't a full ban and wasn't based on religion, it did temporarily limit the entry of Iraqi refugees. Visa waiver program changes, 2015. After the Paris terrorist attacks in 2015, the Obama administration signed into law changes to the visa waiver program, which restricted visa-free travel to the U.S. for individuals who had visited certain countries, including Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Sudan. This wasn't a ban, but rather an additional security measure aimed at preventing potential threats. Increased vetting. Throughout his presidency, Obama increased vetting for certain groups, especially from countries with known terrorist activity. This included heightened security screenings for individuals traveling from or through countries deemed to pose a high risk. While these actions were more limited in scope and were not framed as broad bans based on nationality or religion, they do show that previous administrations have taken targeted measures in response to security concerns. However, these actions were generally more focused on specific threats and were not as sweeping or controversial as Trump's travel ban, which was perceived as targeting entire populations based on nationality and, indirectly, religion.
Okay, so it sounds like Obama actually had like some really legitimate reasons for kind of like putting a pause on some of those actions or some of those entries, which all made sense, but I guess it does paint a much more clearer picture with regards to Trump's actions when it comes to his Muslim ban. Would be, I guess, then considered a Muslim ban then, since there wasn't really, I don't think, any change in policy or anything like that with regards to like the vetting process. No, I think it was just more so of just like if you were just coming from these countries, you just wasn't allowed to come into the U.S., right?
That's right. The main distinction between Obama's actions and Trump's travel ban is the scope and intent behind the policies. Obama's measures were more targeted, temporary, and based on specific security concerns, such as the Iraqi refugee pause following the discovery of potential security threats. They were primarily focused on tightening vetting processes rather than outright bans based on nationality or religion. In contrast, Trump's travel ban initially targeted all citizens from certain Muslim-majority countries, regardless of individual circumstances or vetting processes. The ban was more sweeping and perceived as indiscriminately barring entry based on nationality, which is why it was widely criticized as being a Muslim ban, despite the administration's framing it as a national security measure. While Obama's actions were seen as refining and tightening security measures, Trump's policy was viewed as a broad and blunt instrument that appeared to align more closely with his campaign rhetoric about banning Muslims, even if the final versions included non-Muslim majority countries to address legal and public perception concerns.
to say that about more or less kind of wrap this up. Thank you, AI. I appreciate your time, even though we did have like some technical difficulties over here.
Hell yeah! A brother just hopped on the train for our Twitch movement. Better be speaking some damn English, motherfucker.
Carla Vonder. Hey, what's going on, man? I appreciate the follow. You came in on the latter end of our stream, fam. We are wrapping up now. This is like our like final day before I close it out. We talked about a lot of stuff. I can't even tell you what we talked about just because like my brain is just frying slowly over here because it's like 5 a.m. Okay, but it was all politics, you know, more of the Trump stuff. Definitely did learn some things with regards to his Muslim ban, and then like his isolationism was actually a really good one. I am doing all right. I'm pretty tired, hence is why I'm about to go. We're about to go to bed shortly once this shopping day is over with here. How about you? You holding up all right? Hopefully updates, bro. They add like some more like environmental stuff, different kinds of trash, at least or something. Jesus Christ. Am I stuck? Oh, I'm stuck again. Stop it. Bro, these restockers, boy, they are going at it. They are doing what they can. All right, just a couple of more hours, guys. And then for us in real people time, I think that's like maybe 6 more minutes before store closing. Let me see something. How much shelf space am I gonna need? If I'm gonna have 2 of, well, it's gonna be 2 of each, as well as the storage space to actually get said items is gonna be another problem. So, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We got 19 products. It's 28. See, amount of shelf space. Okay, so we're not moving for a while, guys. All right, because I gotta expand this so much. If I have 19, all right, that's 38. So 38 shelves. I need 38 more shelves. That's crazy. All right, 38 more shelves is wild. Excuse me. So that's what? So 1, 2, 3, 4 shelves. So I need 10 more shelves. My favorite game? What would be my favorite game? Don't know, actually. My favorite mobile game is like it's called 7 Deadly Sins Grand Cross. It's a mobile game though. It's just because like I really liked that the anime was pretty cool, but like the it's a turn-based game that's quite a means of a bit different from the typical turn-based games that I see like a lot of mobiles typically copy. So is that. As far as a regular game, it's not out yet, but the Dragon Ball Z It was called Project Multi, but it's not. That's obviously. I don't think it's going to be the official name, obviously. But it's a MOBA. They actually designed a MOBA with the DBZ in the DBZ world. Psh, amazing. See, I tried to drink this water bottle and I can't. So I guess I'll drink it maybe tomorrow or the rest of that little bit tomorrow. My water consumption is like incredibly low. I guess I'd consider myself a part-time streamer. Ah, yes, we have another one of our bots that are now here. And nothing brings me more joy than to bust out the animation. If my mouse has stopped messing with me, Jesus Christ, man, stop it. Okay. Let's bust a mouse. Let's bust a mouse. Here we go. And what is it? It's fan. Do I just click this? And then can I just hit?
You triggered my trap card!
Okay, it's 18. We got just a couple more minutes. My God. Oh, wait. I know. Why are these boxes just sitting right here? Stop it. Yeah, everything still looks good as far as the shelves are concerned. Although we do look like we might be running out of the organic teas. They should hopefully survive. Yeah, they should hopefully survive. Okay, so you're also bot. You must be one of those slightly more sophisticated ones, or that either employ a timing-based response, assuming that the person actually responds to you, or maybe you do. No, I doubt like you have like an audio listening capability, so you probably just automate it. That's cool. You know, I enjoy having like at least that one, right? At least not the ones that just like always spam those services, those links or whatever those things are. Bro, if you don't stop messing with me. Because I'm sure your next response is going to be okay, or not even addressing what I just said, or maybe even a response that just wouldn't necessarily make any sense. So let's see what we got here. All right, almost closing time is almost upon us, guys, and we're almost at $5 grand, man. Do we still have the organic? Yep, we still got some product. Okay. Yep, still got the pepper. Bread is still good. Okay, yeah. That $5,000 looks good to me. Looking good to me. So sure enough, I guess technically we could expand the store space. Oh, is that what that was when I did the 2? See what I mean? Yeah, I guess, yeah. All right, it's about to close any minute now. 22:30 is when it closes, and we can kind of wrap this up. Cause your boys is tired. Your boys is very tired. It's 5 in the morning. I went way later than I was anticipating, but I mean, it is what it is. Total stream time: 4 hours and 34 minutes. How lovely. How lovely. Here comes the offering. It could be an offer for some service or a store or something. Okay, I think we pulled off 6. Did we pull off $6,000 today? We might have. Let's see what she gets. Ketchup, some salt, some soda, a lot of bread, a lot of sugar. Oh yeah, we almost. Oh no, we still got one more. We got one more. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Let me see what you got. Let me see what you got. Come on, you got that shit on today too. Look at that clothes. You got that shit on. Tell me what you got. Hold on. Let me you still grabbing more things. I like to see that. You hit up 3 lines. Oh, and you still get more stuff, girl. That's what I'm telling you. Hit me the $6,000. Let's see what we got. Yep. See what I mean? Okay. Let's see what we got. Where we at? $6,000. We hit $6,000, guys. We managed to get to the 6 figures. 6 figures. I'm tripping. We managed to get to the $6,000. Cool. So, which that's plenty of money for plenty of product. All right. So we can let me pull y'all off and throw y'all on the restock frenzy. As soon as they're done restocking, guys, we're gonna kill this game. We're done. Looks good. That looks good. Where's the other 2 guys at? Sure. Wait, where's the other 2 guys at? Oh, there they go. Okay, they're still certainly working. Why is this right here? Empty box of peas. Man, there's still that much stuff still left to stock. It's crazy. And no, there's another box of peas here. Is there another shelf where this was already? Here, right here. Bam. Wow, they're still stocking. There's still more stuff to apparently stock up. Jesus Christ. All right, well, damn, my AC's about to cut back on. I'm freezing, guys. But in order to keep my computers from like blowing up or melting away over here, they're about done though. I'm sure they're done. Okay, yeah, they're done. Because they're probably all coming over here now. Yep. All right. We can now go ahead and end the day so we can save our working point. So what we got? Yep, see, now we're at the 1900 side of the space here. All right. I am closing it up now. Excuse me. Ugh. I was just trying to look to see what I just had. I wasn't about to order nothing, but yeah. All right. We can go ahead and we can quit the game now. All right, guys. I am killing it now. So I appreciate everybody that stopped by, especially for the little AI stuff we was doing. But this your boy's tired, so I'm going to sleep. You guys have a good night. I'll likely be back on later today. I don't know at what time, but we'll see. See, I am tired. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.